Very special episode of Deckin Around live with. My name is Tyler.
I am Steve.
And right below us, you'll see the man himself, Lotrek, the master of playing card design, the Greek phenom. This man is one of the best playing card designers in the world, no question about it. And we are very excited to welcome in the new year with Lotrek as he draws the King of Hearts for his upcoming Golden Rule playing cards. For anyone out there who isn't familiar with Lotrek and his work, I don't know what rock
Where have you
you've been
been?
sleeping under. I know it's crazy because this man creates some of the most beautiful playing cards you've ever seen. And I think anyone out there who is getting into playing card collection because of the artwork, this is the man whose decks you want to be getting. So before we jump into it, let's roll that intro here.
It's been a while since we saw that, dude.
I know. Honestly, well, last time we did a video, I forgot to press the button. So I know it's been a real long while. But Lotrek, welcome. Happy New Year. Happy 2023. How you feeling for this year, man? You excited?
Happy New Year to all. Yeah. Actually, I am excited because I'm finally going to get rid of all the stuff, all the pending stuff for my patrons.
Nice.
The 2-year-old stuff?
Yeah, it's going to happen in the first month of.
It's the perfect
Yeah.
like solution. You basically have people wait long enough so they forget what they're getting.
There you go.
The
There you
problem
go.
is that I forget to.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
You're like, oh,
Okay.
I forgot I was supposed to deliver that.
No, I'm. What did you say?
I said, then you just say you forgot you're supposed to deliver that.
Okay, I know what I'm supposed to deliver.
Yeah.
I gotta say, for anyone who is new to the world of Lotrek too, there are several things I want to throw out there. If you are not part of his Patreon, go check it out. If the link isn't down in the description below, I'm gonna add it and I'm gonna drop it in the chat in a minute here because his Patreon is one of the best to follow out there. Again, you get some great sneak peeks, you get some rewards. They may be a little delayed, but that's true Lotrek fashion. Second thing I'll say here is for anyone new to Lotrek, being late is part of the game. That's just how it goes. The day that Lotrek gets a deck out on time and in your hands before you expect it, I think the world is going to end. So let him work at his pace because it is always a beautiful masterpiece.
I'm really working on the end of the world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, you know what? Maybe 2023 is the year. We'll see how it goes because
Yes.
I'm excited. I think you know what? Once you hit that early delivery one time, it's gonna blow your mind and you're gonna be doing it every single time.
Yeah,
He's working on it. He's working on it.
But
Okay.
for the reason we're here today, we are super excited because you have a new deck upcoming this year, the Golden Rule playing cards. You
Yes.
want to tell us a little bit about what the story behind this deck is?
Yeah, okay. First of all, this is a part of the second Patreon year rewards.
Nice.
Okay, but a version of this deck will be also available to the public. Okay, actually, it's a deck through which I'm going to present some new, very shiny golden inks, metallic inks.
Nice.
And this was a semi-accidental discovery I did in the printing house, and I found a way to make the metallics very bright. I think they're brighter than any other in the market.
Nice.
Okay.
So, and I wanted to present this, let's say, technology through a deck. And this is the one. The name is the Golden Rule. I don't remember why I picked up this name.
Maybe because this is the standard for metallic gold inks.
Yeah, okay, let's say something like that. Yeah, good idea. Thanks. So, and this deck is based on a very old Dondorf deck. It's the Shakespeare deck.
Very cool.
However, I have completely changed the course. Okay, not completely. I have changed them a lot because actually it's not a restoration of the deck.
Nice.
I draw inspiration from that, and I do my own chords according to my own taste because the chords of this specific deck were according to the fashion of the era, which was, I think, about 1920 or something like that. Uh, some some of the jacks are very funny. They have the mustache like gentlemen from that time.
That's
Nice.
awesome.
So
works.
I'm keeping the basic postures of the chords, and I change everything else.
I like
No.
that. I like taking like an idea from a deck or inspiration from a deck and kind of paying homage to it, but you know, changing it enough that it makes it your own.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Now I remember. Yeah. It started with a back design. I found a very nice book binding from the Renaissance, and I used that in order to make a back design that I just wanted it to be there, and I could see what I would do with that later. So after I did the back design, uh, as I was browsing the internet, I found some pictures of this deck, and I thought that that would be very fit if I could use those pictures, those chords, because they were clearly inspired by Renaissance art or Renaissance times.
Right.
Very cool.
So I decided to use those chords to match them with the back I already had. However, I didn't know what was this deck, which one it was, and a patron told me that it's the Shakespeare deck from Dondorf. So it was very matching because Shakespeare was a playwright, and it was very matching with the book cover I had found. They were actually from the same time. Shakespeare and the book cover I used as an inspiration.
Nice.
So I thought that it was blending very nicely, and I went ahead drawing the chords. I have drawn all the chords. Only the King of Hearts is left to be drawn.
Nice.
We have a preliminary sketch ready, of course, because that would take too much time. But it's very sketchy, as you'll see.
Awesome.
We'll turn him into a real person here.
Bring him to life.
We're excited for it though, and honestly, we're honored to have the opportunity here to show just how exciting it can be to watch a
honor
live
is
design.
mine, really.
No, and honestly, you know, we appreciate you keeping us in mind for this as well, because we always love having you on. And honestly, this is going to be a dope deck. So for anyone who wants to get their hands on this and wants to get one of that special edition Patreon versions, check out the link I dropped in the chat earlier. Again, it's going to be in the description down below, so you can go support all the work that Lotrek does.
I should add a disclaimer in my Patreon page saying that you're not allowed to complain for any delays. If you choose to get in this black hole, you will stay there.
Well, the funny thing is I would assume that anybody who signs up for your Patreon knows who you are and knows how you work. So it's pretty much expected.
Yeah, okay. But
it's part of the Patreon, I think.
Actually, the real problem was the Royal Silk deck, which is finishing right now. It
Nice.
took outrageously long time.
Yeah.
The other decks took a few days to complete. I mean, I have printed the Patrons deck, which is part of the golden tier. Okay, it's ready. It's just waiting for the sibling.
Yeah.
It really took me about 10 days to complete it.
Yeah. Wow.
But I
Not
have printed the Royal Silk 3 times.
Oh.
And it's a printing which involves 21 plates.
Oh
So-
wow, that's
That's
intense.
crazy.
And since I don't own the workshop, they have to do other works too.
Yeah.
I can put some pressure, but to a certain limit. I cannot press them too much. Maybe I can buy the workshop someday and fire them all and
Yeah, or maybe you could just you know, hire a couple East Coast boys to come out there and threaten them a little bit and tell them
Yes,
to get
and
the stuff done.
make them an offer they cannot
Yeah, you
refuse.
know. We'll come and take care of it for you.
Here you go. Adam knows what's up. Don't be too hard on yourself. We support you. The decks will come when they come. Adam,
I know.
obviously a long time supporter of Lotrek. There knows how the
Or
knows how the
or a
timelines
new
go.
supporter. A new supporter who's
Yeah.
like, no worries. Yeah, no, we're excited to get them when they come. We know they'll be perfect and in every way, that's for sure.
Yeah, that's the problem. They can never be perfect. That's a chimera.
Yeah,
However, you can try to get them as well as you can.
yeah,
But those procedures are very complicated and it's very difficult for a mistake to happen.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, especially with that many plates.
It can be anything. It can be a little piece of paper that will fall in the machine and destroy the plate, for
Yeah,
example. This is the most simple that can happen. It hasn't happened yet, but it happens. It's not something crazy.
yeah,
Okay. And I'm using an old technology machine, which is it's extremely accurate in the maybe modern machines don't have these problems. I don't know,
right.
but the one I'm using has them. But it has perfect registration, which is the most important for me. But everything else is very slow. It's like trying to go with a donkey from here to, I don't know. I won't say San Francisco; it's too far. Maybe New York.
Yeah,
Listen, if you have a donkey that can make it to San Francisco with you, that's an impressive donkey.
yeah,
So.
that's for sure. And I don't know if you'd be riding the donkey, if the donkey be riding you.
Jeez. So on that note, why don't we start sketching up some cards here?
When you let me start.
All right, I'm gonna
Do
pull
it.
it on screen right now. Everyone's gonna
Yeah,
be able to
okay.
see your beautiful blank canvas here as we
Yeah,
start to get
amazing.
into it. And man,
This
I
is
gotta
the-
say,
This is the real art. This is where you start from.
I know it's honestly this is intimidating to me because not being an artist, 10 hours later I'd still have this.
No,
Maybe
I'd have a
maybe
dot.
couple
I'd have a
doodles.
dot on there.
I would have
Just to
zoomed
say I've
in.
done something.
I would have zoomed into the pixel level and done like old school Microsoft Paint, so you'd have like a blocky Christmas tree. That's about it.
Okay, so I'm going to show you now the logo of the deck.
All right, let's check it out. I love that. I love that font. That is beautiful.
It is cool.
Golden rule.
Very
This is-
cool.
This is just the logo, okay? It's not the box design.
What's that black line on the back?
A line that here.
Yeah.
Yeah, you saw it. You have a sharp eye. Nothing. It was just left there. I will fix it. Don't worry.
Hey, can I remind you to fix that before you put it into printing?
Yeah, I will.
One delay averted.
Yeah, okay.
This
Sorry,
is how
I have to
delays start,
remove this
Lotrek.
black line.
This is how delays start.
Oh my god, I love it.
Okay, so here is our king.
Cool. Oh yeah, definitely.
That's the initial king, okay?
Yeah.
And now I will start working on him. It's not too bad, it's okay.
Yeah, he's.
But
I don't
I
know
think
if this
that
is like a
this-
depiction of someone. He's a little.
maybe, I don't know. I didn't look about it. I don't know,
a
maybe.
little funny looking, but it's all right.
It looks like they're trying to make him look like an adult, but he has a very like childish face.
His eyes
not-
are just really far apart too.
Yes.
Wait, yeah.
It's in the fashion of early 20s,
Yeah,
this guy.
it's really cool.
We've evolved since then.
Yeah. Okay.
It is cool though. I like his hand, like the gloves on his hands.
Yeah. Many of the courts have those gloves.
Yeah.
So here is the very the sketch I have done. Okay, it's not bad.
I like the eyebrow raise on the one eye. It looks like he's skeptical. He's like, "What are you guys looking at?"
It's just quick drawing. It's not a raised eyebrow.
It looks good either way. It's better than anything I could draw.
Okay, let's see.
Diving in.
Yeah.
Now, do you use a stylist or are you using your
Yes.
a drawing pad?
This
Nice.
nice.
Very nice.
And a very small drawing pad.
I
Nothing
can't,
too complicated.
I can't imagine that a mouse would be as efficient otherwise.
What did you say?
Like, I couldn't imagine trying to use your mouse to do it all would be as easy. The stylus
But,
probably helps,
Oh,
makes
yeah.
it a lot
I don't
more
think you can
organic.
draw it with a mouse
it's
these days.
Yeah.
absolutely impossible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and you also don't get that free flow aspect of it too that you get when you really sketch this out by hand, which this is
Yes.
impressive. I need to take a class on how to draw. That's the one thing I've never been able to really figure out in any meaningful way.
Okay.
How long did it take you to draw just the rough draft of the king itself?
There are.
Yeah, like the sketch,
can
a rough
be-
sketch that you're drawing over now.
It can be just 15 minutes or less, or up to an hour maximum
Nice.
for the rough sketch.
Yeah.
Lior says his beard is starting to look similar to the 1920 version's king.
Nice. Lotrek has a degree in everything.
So yeah, Lotrek, the question is, do you have an art degree or what is your art background? Did you go to school for art?
Yes. I went to Athens School of Fine Arts,
Very cool.
and yeah, that's the degree I have. With
Plus,
a yes.
Oh, I was gonna say, plus you're a musical. I want to say a musical master because you're not a professional musician, but you also have
I'm
a
not.
you have a
I'm
love
not.
for the creativity of music as well. And anyone
Yeah.
who hasn't seen it, go check out some of the previous Deckin Around Lotrek episodes. We've gotten you to play a homemade flute, I believe, once, and several other instruments as well. So
Yeah, mainly saxophone. One day I will play the piano for you.
Dude,
Nice.
I mean his classical knowledge is stupid. Like it's ridiculous. To not be, train his training, whether it was from himself or just, born with it, for the classical knowledge of classic music is ridiculous.
You cannot be born with knowledge.
Well, no, it's just a gift, is what I'm saying. It's just something that some people pick up faster than others. Some people just have that ear.
That's true. I was really picking up very fast, but I was extremely lazy, and I didn't study as I should do. So my knowledge of playing is a bit sketchy, but I have a good knowledge of the classical music in theory. That's
Yeah.
true.
Yeah, and that some people just have the gift of learning quicker than others, or picking it up faster, or
Yeah.
definitely not I. I tried to learn violin and I was not very good at it, so I stopped. I didn't want to torture people.
Yeah, if you're studying violin, you're torturing them for long, and also some professionals still torture people with the violin. So don't worry, it's
Yeah,
it's normal.
I have a friend. His name's Leo. He's pretty torturous.
Oh man,
Yeah,
I'm just kidding. He's amazing. He knows it.
Lior is amazing.
He is.
Absolutely.
did you listen to his album?
I haven't heard it yet because I haven't had time to, but I do have it, and I will listen to it for
Yeah,
sure.
it's amazing.
But I heard you listen to it and liked it.
Yes,
Yeah, he's a talented guy. I've seen him live, a few months back,
Absolutely.
and he's obviously amazing. It's really fun to watch him play.
look, if you play with the San Francisco Symphony, you have to be amazing. There's
Yeah, and he's like one of the first, so he's like one of the first violins. So he's pretty important.
yeah.
I
So
think
proud.
I think he's right behind the first chair, actually.
Really?
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so. Leo, right behind the first chair, right?
Is he here?
Yeah,
Okay.
he's here. Yeah,
Hi, Leo.
he's here. Come on now, he wouldn't miss this.
Yeah, but he has to practice for the concert.
Oh, please. Good practices in his sleep.
We should have gotten Leo on to play the background music for us today.
Yeah, right. Oh, please. He said he's behind many. Whatever. He's so modest.
Yeah.
And I love how this is coming together, though. It's got such an interesting feel to it, and just like the clean lines and the look. And I know this is like a rough sketch stage still, but it's impressive, man.
I'm glad you find it interesting because it's gonna take long.
That's fine. That's what we're here for. The people know what
Okay.
they're getting into here, so
I love seeing the progression. That's the cool part about it.
Yeah, you see, the problem is that although I'm always late, I'm also extremely impatient. So, I cannot imagine how they're doing it. How would they put up with me? But
honestly, I don't know how you put up with yourself in that case, though. Are you always mad at yourself for being late, but then you just keep being late?
I hate being late, but I'm very good at it.
Yeah, you know, and it's funny because I think he's like, I have 1 more minute. I have 1 more minute. I have 1 more minute. And then it's like 20 minutes past the time it's supposed to be.
So my process is going through various stages of cleaning the design.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is what I do, and now we're still at the beginning.
Nice.
I feel like this alone would have taken me like an hour and a half.
Probably more.
Yeah, probably.
Well, if I could trace it, it probably wouldn't. But
See, but this is like a stylized tracing, which is an interesting thing because it's not
Yes.
just like
Yes, tracing is not an easy task.
It's
If you don't want it to look like tracing, but anyway, I'm tracing myself, so it's okay.
well, and it's funny just to see the initial sketch versus what the original was. And I love the fact that you said we're not just looking to reimagine the existing deck,
Yes,
and you can see it so much.
Yes, this guy is nice, but there are things that I don't like. I don't like how the transition is done. Actually, there is no transition
Yeah.
at all. But do you know that those guys were actually painting both sides?
really?
Yeah,
Damn.
I mean, that makes
Interesting.
sense. That makes sense.
they didn't have another way to do it.
Yeah.
If you look closely, there are differences between.
Yeah,
this
you can
and
actually see it.
Yeah.
It's not the same. Okay,
Yeah.
let me do that. Okay. You see?
Yep.
There are some differences.
Oh yeah, there are in the facing. Yeah.
This one looks more like Leo.
It does.
Huh?
Actually, this one looks, the top one right now has like mad eyebrows. Like the
Yeah.
eyebrows look angrier than the other side.
This is something I discovered when I was doing the Donsdorf 100-yard card restoration.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
That the artists were painting both sides separately. Look at the glove. It's slightly different.
Yeah,
You
it
can
is.
tell, yeah, this one, the top one right now is the first side, and then the other one is when the guy's like, God, I'm sick of sitting here. Can we just finish up
Yeah.
already?
Yeah, exactly. Jesus, Lotrek. Yeah.
I love it.
That's funny.
Okay. Back to our friend here.
Dude, just the updated aspect of it's beautiful, though.
And as I'm drawing, I see things that I want to correct. For example, I don't like the line here.
Okay.
It should have a slightly different angle.
Right.
It should be, no, that's the same angle. Yeah. That's better. And the same has to be done from the other side.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And a lot of this is just trying to make it feel more natural with the way a body would actually move.
Yeah. Yes, I think it's there are very tiny details that determine many things. People don't always understand how important those details are.
Yeah.
But a small change in the angle can make the king look more magnificent, or slightly scared, or hesitant, or brave,
Mm.
or silly. Okay.
Now, do you use the mirror? You use the mirror effect eventually, or
No,
no? Okay.
only when I'm doing the sketch to check that everything is okay. Because after that, I know that this is the symmetry. I'm okay with that.
Right.
Okay.
I will finish the first part first, and then I will rotate it. And
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, that wide eye looks cool.
Yeah, it's got so much emotion to it versus the other one. It feels like even just the mouth and the face in general looks like it has so much more emotion than the original, where it feels very, they want them to be, I don't want to say lifeless, but still life, like kind of
Yes.
almost just like sitting there.
yes, I try to add as much motion as I can to the course I'm drawing.
Mm.
It gives it a three-dimensional character.
And so now, one of the interesting things too, and we're looking here, and Chris just asked if you use Photoshop or Illustrator or something else, and I mentioned you use Corel Painter. Now,
Yes, I'm using Painter.
so what got you involved with Painter versus Photoshop and so many others? Because there are so many different programs that people can use.
Adobe
I
is a
didn't
ripoff.
really compare them before I pick. I asked a friend who was a computer nerd, which program should I use to paint, and he said Painter.
Okay.
I said okay, boss. I use that. But I think that the tools that I have for drawing here in Painter suit me more than the ones I have in Photoshop. But
Okay.
maybe it's just a matter of it's just that I got used to Painter first.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, and I think
InDesign is so confusing.
Well, and I think that's how a lot of people go with it too. Even if you go to school and they have Adobe, you get comfortable with Adobe.
Yeah.
If you find that you're using Painter first, it makes sense. I know the only times I've ever played around with stuff, like I said, it's either been like Microsoft Paint or like on the Linux side they use like GIMP because it's free. But like there's also like that cost aspect that comes into it. But I think a lot of that's become pretty much the same on either side. It becomes like a necessity.
Yes. Okay, cost cannot be a factor when you are using this professionally.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Yeah.
You have
Nothing.
to.
It can't be with no matter what with your work and your passion. You can't kind of skimp out. You have to take it seriously and
Yes.
get the right stuff.
Yeah.
You cannot cut cost from there. It's silly.
I agree. It's funny because yes, I'm
can-
going to say this live. I remember when I used to, pirate all my Adobe software way back in the day, like when I was,
Allegedly.
beginning out to do
When Steve used to allegedly pirate his Adobe software.
yeah, allegedly, exactly. And when I was first starting out, doing photography, and then after a while, I'm like, you know what? I just need to pay their stupid prices.
Yeah.
And just have it. Just so I don't have to worry about, making sure certain stuff is updated properly and whatever.
Yes, that's right. And after all, maybe it's expensive, but if you're a professional, you make money with their work. So
sure.
it's not a bad idea to pay them.
No, and it really makes sense too, because again, it's a one-time expense, and if you do this as a
Yes.
business, you can write off your expenses. So it's like
Yes.
at the end of the day, you make a lot more money than what you spend on this, and I think even especially Adobe with their subscription model has kind of realized like people aren't
Yes.
gonna buy new Photoshop every single year, so they've made it so that you get all of the functionality at what essentially becomes a reasonable price.
Yes.
Yeah, Leor mentions he used Procreate to draw stuff. Not Leor, Lato Star Ruben. And I have to say, I've used Procreate on the iPad. And for someone who doesn't have skill drawing, it's actually a great tool because it allows you to kind of create shapes a lot easier that gets you the foundational stuff. So, like, to draw a face, you can make kind of an oblong oval and then add in facial features and then delete as needed to really make it look clean. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Not as cool as this, obviously, but no, this is amazingly impressive. And so, when you find usually you're doing a lot of this work, Lotrek, do you always use the same, like you're working on your desktop right now? Do you always use your desktop? Is that kind of like your go-to with it? You like the powerful system in front of you with the setup monitor and everything versus like a laptop?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm using my iPad just to do a quick sketch.
Nice.
Yes, I cannot work on a laptop. Okay, I can if I have to, but it's very inefficient.
Makes
For-
sense. Yeah.
Okay, this is the boring part actually, the cleaning.
Look at that beard.
I know it's an epic looking beard. I found a
will
picture.
get
I found a
better,
picture the other day with me with my beard, and I was like, "Ah, man, I miss those days, but not really. It's nice
Oh,
to not have
God.
one." Yeah, it was a lot of
Looks
work.
better without that freaking beard.
Ah,
I don't know the feeling because I was born with a beard.
I'm not surprised by that. I gotta say though, since last time we had you on, your hair has gotten a lot longer, and it's looking good.
Yes, I'm not going to cut them again.
That's good.
Nice.
You gotta rival Steve's length.
Yeah, no, he's got a long way to go to hit that. He's got a long way to go for that one.
Yeah, okay. Life is ahead.
What's that in the background?
Like a cloak,
Okay.
part of his cloak.
Yeah.
It's actually this one goes like that.
Yeah. Oh, I see. So
And
it's the bottom. It's the bottom part.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that mirrored aspect, which is really cool though too, because again, if you did what the original artwork did, where you kind of had that hard division line, you wouldn't get that element crossover, which makes that transition so much
Yes.
cleaner.
Yeah, exactly.
And so we did have a question that came in here from Stu.
Lotrek's beard has a beard. C-dub.
So Stu wanted to know what sort of stylus you were using.
I don't remember.
He asked his friend, and his friend told him which one to get.
It's Wacom.
There you go.
I thought he was asking about the model. No, it's Wacom.
Whack him.
Yeah, Wacom makes nice pads and everything.
Yeah.
It's funny too because they've come down so much in price versus what they used to be on the more entry level side, where you can get like the actual video screen one you draw directly onto for like a couple $100, whereas those used to be like $3,000 way back.
Crazy.
Really?
Yeah, they used to be a lot more expensive. I got like an older one for my now fiance a while back because she does graphic design, and it was a lot more expensive than I would have expected for what it is. But they're a necessity really when you're drawing, especially like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, and I love how like close and detail oriented you get with this. Like you're down there in the nitty gritty of the artwork.
Yeah.
Madzian says, "Is this cheating?"
He's
Definitely,
copying,
yeah.
pasting.
Yeah.
Nice, that's cool.
This is just called efficient artwork.
He's copying and pasting his own stuff, so it's okay.
Yeah, I copy a lot myself.
That's allowed. It's your own work.
I love again the other side of the aspect of the stylus, the variable width of the strokes you can do as well.
Yes. Yes.
And we just saw one of the best tips for any artist out there. Make sure you regularly save your work.
Yes. Although with Painter, if you cannot lose your work.
That's good.
If something goes wrong, it has happened to me many times. It automatically saves a copy of your last. What's the word?
Like your last version.
Yes, the last version. If something happens now, it will keep this
Nice.
That's awesome.
as it is. So, but it's not a bad idea to save regularly.
Yeah. Get you in the habit.
Yes.
And so when you're originally looking at the like old 1920s version of this, the Dondorf original version, are you already starting in your mind to kind of see where you want to go with this and how you want to update it? Or is it something that when you first sit down to sketch, you're just like, hey, let's see what comes up?
I know. Yes, I know.
Okay.
I know. Okay.
So cool.
I love the efficiency of not just like actually using the tool as it's meant to be used. Like, hey, there's a big part I want to cut here. Let me just circle it and get rid of it. Make life easier. Instead of like hand erasing every little thing, I'd be sitting there like with a pencil eraser, like scrubbing the whole thing down.
Yes, I erase by hand only the small. Okay, it's not too bad.
It's terrible. Start over.
Yeah. I will. I will. That's the first. Huh. Let's keep this. And this here.
Real-time innovation here. I love it.
Okay. So it's roughly done.
Okay.
Very roughly. We need the sword now.
So cool.
Okay, forget it. No, don't forget it.
Favorite deck of 2022. Man. That's tough.
Is this a question
Somebody
Yeah,
asked,
someone
yeah.
asked in the chat.
for me?
Yeah, what's your favorite deck of 2022?
From the decks that were released, or
Yeah.
from
Release.
my deck?
From the decks that were released, yeah. Including your decks, if you want to throw in one of your own as your favorite.
No, I cannot think about that right now, really, because I have to recall what were the decks of 2022, and yeah, maybe we can do it later.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
I'm not avoiding the question. I just
No, understandable. You're thinking about another deck. You got to
Yeah.
keep it in mind. Yeah. Listen again.
even if you ask me what's my favorite deck, I will need some time to think.
Nothing comes quick with Lotrek.
Yeah.
And so this has always been an interesting question for me. With the Suicide King and the sword going through the head, how do you decide where it goes through? Is it just like what feels best?
Yes, what feels best and what feels more real.
Okay.
For example, what is really interesting to see is this.
Dude, you should leave that.
That looks awesome.
Cool. Lotrek, you should do a gory deck like that. That'd be pretty dope.
Oh my god, yeah. Like a Halloween version of one of your decks where it's just like all like murder and gore.
Not even
Actually,
Halloween. Just like a murder deck.
I'm thinking to do a deck like that.
That'd be
That
cool.
would be awesome.
I have also already decided the name. It will be a bit funny.
What would
The
it
name will be Silly Splatter.
be? Nice.
Okay, nice. Huh?
That looks awesome.
That looks cool.
I love the red contrast on the black and white too. It just looks it's so crisp and really pops.
Okay, enough with that.
So yes,
So,
how about a Dexter deck?
Ah,
Actually,
be
now
bad.
it's not realistic. I mean, this is not where he
A
would
little
put
low.
the sword if he wanted to commit suicide,
It's
right?
a little low. It's a
yeah,
little
he'd probably
low.
go higher, but yeah.
Yeah. So for a proper suicide, we need it to be higher. So sorry, but we need the hand as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we take the hand and the sword. Much better. Also, sorry. Yeah,
Much
that's
better.
better.
Yeah. Looks good.
That's really cool.
At least it's better. It's not very good yet, but okay. Look, designing designing is actually problem solving.
Yeah.
This is what it is
Yeah.
about. Every time you have to you face a certain problem and you have to solve it. It's the posture, it's the colors, it's the symmetry, it's the expression, whatever. My problem now is that I prefer this position for the hand
Yeah.
instead of this.
What about the angle? What about the angle going up a little bit instead of down a little bit?
Maybe this is the solution, yes. Because
I mean, you would never stab straight through anyway. It's always going to have a little
Exactly.
bit probably going up.
maybe
I almost honestly
Like-
I almost feel like it would be like down almost even, but like that's still a whole different argument.
Not with a sword though. A sword's kind of long, so you have to start like here. So you couldn't
Yeah.
start way up here. Your arm won't reach.
maybe he can use a pistol.
There you go. A little more efficient,
We
right?
solve that problem.
Yeah, you can do that. Or a dagger. A
Yeah, like a little
instead.
stiletto going in.
Okay, I will do the angle thing. Yes. Yes, I prefer it here. No, I don't like it up there.
It looks more natural there. It seems to be the
Yeah,
better line with the shoulder and everything.
Yeah, and
he's
I
not
would just
doing a workout.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to leave it there for
Yeah,
now.
I think that works because it still goes through his
Yes.
temple.
And it's
And-
not as visually noticeable that's really angled. It's
Yes.
a very subtle angle.
Yeah, and I think that's naturally how it would be.
Yes, it's better because it's not very parallel. You see the now if this is too rectangular maybe with
Yeah,
those parallel
Very much creates a frame on either
horizontal,
side.
yes,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
parallel. They are parallel anyway, but now they're horizontal.
Yeah.
That's much better. I will come to that later. Let him get used to the idea that he will die in a while,
Slowly.
slowly, and he's going to suffer.
Oh man. This is such a it's honestly it's such an interesting process though too, because like you said, it really is about problem solving because what you envision in your mind is never gonna perfectly translate to paper. And so you
No.
have to be flexible with that. Whereas like I think, that's the one thing I always love about talking to people who are artists is they are very flexible in their vision because they realize that stage one and final product are very often not the same.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah,
There-
like is it Leto?
Yeah.
Leto?
There's a big
Yeah, it's
advantage
Ruben, yeah.
when you're an artist and you are trying to depict your vision. Nobody knows what your vision was.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
Exactly.
Or your
They
interpretation.
cannot compare it to anything. They see the final result and they say, "Wow, great!" And you may think, "No, it's not good," but okay,
Yeah.
if you like it.
Yeah, they don't know any better, and that's the benefit of it. It really is, and
It's not what I wanted to do, but
Now Leto asked, is it really stabbing his head and not having the sword behind him? Like, would you put the sword
No,
in between
I-
the hair?
yeah, he will have it behind his hand. No,
Yeah.
he won't be stabbing his head.
Yeah.
But if life gets too hard for him, he may
you can
do.
give it another try. Yeah,
Yes.
and I feel like that's always kind of been the aspect of it. It's never really looked like he's stabbing through.
Right.
I think it's more so the placement kind of is reminiscent of
It's,
that.
yes, it's indicating that.
The cards are very what's the word? What very metaphorical in that sense.
Yes. You know that this word is Greek, right? Metaphorical.
Yeah, metaphor. Yeah.
There's a nice book. I saw it in a bookstore here. It says, it's in English. It says, you speak Greek, you just don't know it.
That's funny.
It's always interesting to see how like language evolves over time and where the root words all come from because
Yeah.
the majority of them are either Greek or Latin with other small like spatterings from other parts of the world coming in over time. It's one of those things we don't teach well here, but the very cool thing is if you can identify the root parts of a word and understand where they come from and what those meanings are, even if you see a word you've never seen before, you can break it down and understand the basic premise of it.
Yes, that's true, and that's why spelling is so important.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Because
Because
again,
if the spelling is not correct, you are losing this. You lose this attachment to the history of the word.
Yeah.
and to the initial meaning.
And a lot of times there's so many similar words. I think in this day and age too, we've kind of come to the conclusion that if there's 10 words for happy, you can use any of them interchangeably. And while that's acceptable, that wasn't always the way they were intended, because there's subtle differences between the level of happiness or the circumstances around it and things like that. And that's where a lot of those root words come into play.
Yeah. In the Greek language, many words have totally changed the meaning through the centuries.
Yeah.
For example, I'm thinking of the word poniros in Greek. This word in modern Greek means the sneaky, the cunning person.
Okay.
The original meaning was the person who was working hard.
Same thing.
That's funny. They visually look like they're working hard, but they're sneaky in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
That's funny.
Yeah.
C-Dub says, let me pull this up here. C-Dub said, prime example, on time. Lotrek struggles with the meaning. Well, that's because the root of on time is Latin, so not Greek.
I don't know the meaning of every word. I don't know what is this. On time. No, I don't know.
I love it.
I have to look it up. Not now. I'm busy now.
He'll get to that later.
Yeah, later. Not now.
if he has time.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
No rush.
See, and that's the benefit of genius. Lotrek always has a million ideas going through his head, and that's why sometimes things like scheduling just falls off a little bit. It's not that he's not trying, and that's what we love about it.
No, schedule is great. You need to know how much did you miss it.
Yeah. Well, and it's funny too, though, because I think, especially with playing cards, and like you mentioned earlier, the smallest thing that's out of your control can really impact your production. It's not even really the artwork necessarily that, I mean, we've talked to some artists in the past who are like, oh man, I'm just really not motivated to get this project done, and so it's not getting done. But like in many situations, it's not the actual artwork that's the holdup there. It's all of the other parts. And the nice
artwork is a small part of the process regarding time-wise. Okay.
Well, and I think for you especially, you have probably a little bit more of a hands-on aspect in the production. And so when the delays happen, you are better able to communicate those versus other artists who may be like, hey, we're going to trust our decks to USPCC or Cardamundi or Legends. That's kind of a pass off and it's out of their hands. For you, it's a much more hands-on process. And so not only do you have more control over it and more opportunity to try again or tweak things or change things.
Yes, I can try again, but it's not that I have so much control, because as I said, I'm working with some people. I do not own their workshop. So, for example, the problem is that if something goes wrong, they are not waiting for me to fix it, or they are not waiting for new plates to arrive. Right. They go ahead with other works. So it's not that I'm losing one day. I may lose 1 week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this,
which is tough.
Yeah.
That adds up over time.
Anyway, now they are printing pretty fast compared to the past. I mean, in a few days, Royal Silk should be ready.
Nice.
And this is a live update for the Royal Silk.
Well, and for you too, your printer isn't necessarily exclusively playing cards, so the other projects that they could take in could be.
No, actually, they do not print playing cards. This is something that I am asking them to do. They are not specialists. There's no playing card industry here in Greece.
Yeah.
Okay, they print some playing cards, but they're very stuff for the tourists or very cheap like advertising gifts, etc. Right. They don't care about registration, about handling, about anything. Not that they are bad printers. I'm using the best printers. They just don't have those requirements that we have.
Right.
Don't get me wrong. They're exceptional printers. But for them, 1 millimeter off in cutting is not a problem. For me, it's a distraction. It's a it's disaster.
Yeah.
And I think it's interesting though too, because when you go to someone who exclusively prints playing cards, there's probably a pretty standard turnaround
Yes.
time for a project, in the sense that, like, okay, you're printing 1,000 cards, it's going to take 2 days.
Yes,
if you
they,
go
they know what to do, how to do it, and how long it takes.
Exactly. And like you said, with this printer that you use, if they shift on to another project, it could be that other project is they're printing 100,000 wedding invitations, for example, and that could take
Yeah.
10 days instead of 2. So yeah, it's really interesting.
Who's married to send one?
I mean,
100,000?
That's a big wedding, man.
I mean, I don't know. Yeah, maybe
Big
that wasn't the
wedding.
best example, but I don't know. Business card. Well, who's yeah? You don't need
I
that many
would like
business
to
cards.
be in the catering.
That would be that would be quite the wedding, multi-million
I'd
dollar
like to be
wedding
the
for sure.
photographer for that wedding. It's most certainly an Indian wedding, that's for sure.
100,000 people. Yeah, dude, that's a big wedding for sure.
That's an Indian wedding, 100%.
Yeah.
Well, you know, during the pandemic, it could have been that you were all virtual or something. A lot easier.
I mean, that might be a standard Indian wedding over the course of 5 days. 100,000.
That's a lot of people, man.
No, it's too many. We actually had an Indian wedding here in Athens a couple of years ago, and my printer did the wedding cards.
Nice.
Yeah, it was very spectacular. It was in the media, in the news, because
Nice. That's
everything
cool.
was gold.
Yeah.
Yeah, like my decks, and
That's cool.
it was fun. Okay, now I'm adding some motion here. This part, look, I will do it again. I feel that we need something here.
Okay.
So I'm taking a piece of cloth and I'm putting here.
Okay.
And I think this immediately creates some more motion.
Yeah.
But
It makes it look like his arm is moving up.
yes, but we have another problem now. What I hate is when lines of the design are aligned while being at different levels. For example, here,
Yep.
you see it?
Yeah.
Okay, this line is aligned with this line
Right.
and with this line. Those two should be in the same, because it's the same cloth. But I need to do something to interrupt that, because it's not good. So if I add some, okay, now it's much better and you will see it better if I rotate it. Anyway.
Whoa.
Okay.
That was cool.
Yeah.
This is the new.
Nice.
Isn't something missing here? You see how much
Yeah.
more interesting is just the no.
It's interesting too how such a slight change, an addition, can really impact the overall.
I think it's
view of
much
the whole thing.
better now.
Yeah.
We have some movement. It's not
Yeah.
so boring. Before it was a bit boring.
That's really
And
cool.
now-
We're symmetrical now too.
And now let's clean this up.
I think the one cool thing of what that also does is it brings the two images, and they almost, instead of just having a hard line there like you saw in the original, it brings the overlap and the symmetry beyond
Yes.
where they were.
Okay, let's add some
crazy. Nice. You can hear him drawing on the pad.
Yeah.
Leor, it's part of his wardrobe.
Yeah.
Part of his wardrobe.
C-Deb wants to know, Lotrek, are you into architecture at all?
Yes, I love architecture. Yes.
I mean, I'd
I'm
hope
really-
so. Being from Greece, if you didn't love architecture, that might be a problem.
No, I love it. And when I was a kid, I thought that I would become an architect.
That's really cool.
You are
Yes.
just with artwork,
Yeah, you
with
can
drawings.
say, in a way, maybe yes. Okay. Where is this?
Right there.
Yeah, but okay. So we don't need that anymore.
Okay.
We are done with that.
Yeah, because you've gotten most of those major elements that you had rough sketched out behind already on screen, so now it's more tweaks and adjustments, right?
Not, yeah. As we proceed, the more clear it becomes, and the less important elements we change.
Okay.
However, this is going to be painted again over that.
Okay.
Now is where I'll do the tracing actually.
Okay. Cool.
After that, after I'm 80% happy with the result, I will start tracing and then coloring. But even after that, I will keep editing and correcting things.
So cool.
Okay, now we'll find something interesting to make this transition here, because you see,
Yeah, it's not a clean, smooth transition.
And you can't do a circle because it'll look weird with 3 circles there.
yes, exactly. So okay. Get out.
Nice.
I think.
Well done.
Yeah, I like that little like void space there.
Yeah, but I will get it a bit closer.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's okay for now. It's not perfect, but leave it there. We will have something to fix later.
There you go.
Maybe I can add those. Yes, why not?
It really is such like an ongoing process with this too, because like you said, as you build on it, more ideas come.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why I says it's never perfect, because you can always add something, and then when it gets printed, you see it, and you're like, oh, I should have done that.
Yes, it happens all the time.
Yeah.
Leor says, "Don't fix now, which you can fix later."
Exactly. Exactly. My motto.
And Leto wanted to know, how do you make sure that this release stays centered? Is it more so like an indicator, or is it really just the way you do the design work?
Centered. What is
Like
centered
the image
what?
stays kind of centered in the screen, I guess, or centered on the canvas.
I don't care now because I will place it on the final artwork when it's finished. Yes. Because after I finish, I will take the king and place it centered on the template I have for the chords.
Okay, so that'll really help adjust it to make sure it's aligned properly for the printing process.
Yes, yes. These are completely the final stages. Okay. It's not bad, I think. Yes, there's another change I'd like to do. I remembered it now. His sleeves. He's a king, not a waiter. He needs longer sleeves. Okay. This music is nice for working.
Yeah, it's very, very mellow.
And it's so
Yeah.
cool because it doesn't go up and down like the other music we had.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
I gotta say, yeah, they've done well.
Yeah.
I usually listen to some jazz or classical music, but from YouTube. But the problem is that they often have the sheet music with the video.
Yeah.
When I stop drawing it, I watch the sheet. So it's counterproductive.
That's funny.
Yes, I think the sleeve now is better.
Yeah, it looks good. Very, very elegant.
But look now. Okay, you see the sleeve here?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. I want to make this this part of the sleeve thicker.
Okay.
It will. So I do this. And now it immediately has more substance as as a garment. Yeah, that's better.
You gonna put some bling on that guy on the sleeve?
What?
You're
Sam?
gonna put some bling, some
Diamonds,
of course.
gold.
yeah.
Yes. He
Some
has a lot of
ornaments.
money. He can afford it.
Yeah.
He's a king.
Do some like fur trimmed robes.
But these are added later.
Yeah.
These
Makes
elements.
sense.
Okay. We're good for now.
Cool. I like that look with all of them in there.
Very abstract.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that left sleeve's a little wonky.
Yeah, we will fix it. Don't worry. Okay, now I'm actually beginning to do the final. No, the final drawing.
Nice.
But I will need some.
There you go. It's a good time over there right now.
It's what time is it? It's 6:30 in the evening.
There you go.
Sorry.
See, you need a little liquid.
Okay, now the real stuff.
Cool.
Now we will do some cheating with symmetry tools, etc. Because what I try is, even if I use those lines, etc., to make them look like hand drawn. I try to incorporate those lines in the drawing, because everything else is purely hand drawn, and they should match.
Right.
And at this stage, I'm also correcting.
Okay. You can see, yeah, the more kind of like swoopy detail of that.
Yes. I'm correcting the shapes, yeah.
So cool.
That really is.
I have no idea how to do any of this.
Why we're not Lotrek.
Are people still alive?
Yeah. It's interesting too. And so I'm curious, you've been doing this a while now. How much has your process evolved since you first started drawing playing cards to what you do now?
A lot, because back then I didn't know many things from the technical point of view. Now I feel much more confident. I know many things from the printing process, and this is something that helps a lot with the design. If you know how how everything is going to be printed. I mean, technically,
Yeah.
you can design them better, a better way. It has nothing to do with how good you are as an artist. It's a completely different thing if you know what's happening in the press. And one reason I love printing my decks is this, because I'm always there and watching what happens if I do this, what happens if I do that, and
Yeah.
I adjust the artwork, the final files. I adjust them according to what I know from the process.
Right. Yeah, no, that makes a big difference. We all know, well, not we all know, but there definitely is an art to knowing how to prepare files for printing.
Yes.
Yes.
And
Very much so.
people don't understand that. You know, even in photography, you can take a picture, but if you want to print that picture, it needs to be prepared properly for printing.
Yes. I have seen files by very good designers that are very funny.
Yeah.
They're funny as files for printing.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But and I remember that my files were very funny when I started. I mean, as I remember now, what I was sending to the printer, it's crazy.
Tigger wants to know how many drafts it takes you normally per card. Is it different per card, or is it just you do the same,
Yes.
rough
No,
draft?
it depends. It depends. There's nothing standard, but
Yeah.
usually I do one or two drafts. The real work starts after that. It's what we are doing here.
Right. Yeah, you have the initial sketch. You
Yes.
kind of trace over that to get the stuff detailed, and then you bring it into here and finalize it.
Yes.
Nice.
Yeah, really, it's interesting to see how it went from that rough sketch, and the face is very similar still to that first version, but all of the elements have really come together so much cleaner now.
Yes. Okay. We actually need this thing in the middle of his head.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Okay.
So Kenny wanted to know, do you try and sketch in lighting effects, or is that really saved for when you do the coloring?
Lighting effects, yes, when I'm coloring, but they're not actually effects. I don't use effects. I mean, I paint them.
Okay. So like different shading on like the clothing colors
Yeah.
and things like that. Yeah.
Yeah, let me show you. Let's see. Uh, okay, this one. You see all those
Yeah.
Yeah,
here?
that's really
Um,
cool.
There are no effects here. Just paint. Just
Different colors.
different colors.
So cool.
You see the lines,
Yeah.
everything.
That's amazing.
So cool.
Okay.
All right, fellas, time for me to bounce. I have to go knock down some walls and rip out some cabinets.
Enjoy.
Pull up some carpet and rip out some popcorn ceiling.
Sounds like a fun day. Popcorn ceiling's the worst.
Ah, dude.
Just so messy.
Yeah, well, there's holes in the ceiling too, so it might be easy to just rip out pieces of the ceiling rather than just the popcorn.
Yeah, if you can. Geez, at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Have fun.
I will do that.
Enjoy the demo.
I will, and have fun, man. I trust me. I wish I was sitting here watching this.
It's interesting to see, and even in the who was in here, even Leto said, you know, the amount of work that goes in just to make sure the crispness of the lines is just impressive.
Yeah, it's cool seeing how you just bring in a circle and round the edges. And it's just I'm just not good at this stuff.
No, nor am I.
Yeah,
I wouldn't even know how to start thinking about this. I'd be doing silly stuff.
yeah, I'm just not good at drawing. That's for damn sure. Leslie's really good at art. She can draw.
And that's why we're on. That's why we're sitting here talking, Steve, instead of drawing.
Exactly. Yeah,
That's so cool.
I have friends who are super talented. I always say that.
Dude, it's crazy. Even like the freehand aspect of it, being able to erase so much, I would have erased half the damn picture by accident.
Dude, that thing right in the middle looks like a nose I would draw.
That's better than most noses I would draw. So
That's how I would draw a nose. That or like a sideways L, like the slanted L.
So basically on the call then it goes Lotrek, Steve, Tyler in level of drawing ability, but that's a big gap between Lotrek and Steve.
Oh, that's funny.
Oh my god, I love it.
All right, fellas, Lotrek.
Are you leaving?
Yeah, I gotta go to work, unfortunately.
Okay.
I haven't worked in the past 2 weeks. I've been sick as a dog, so
Okay.
today's my first day back.
Enjoy, have fun destroying things, and we will
That's a fun
see
part
you-
of remodeling, right?
yes, the demo is always the therapeutic side of it. So
Yes, exactly.
enjoy
But,
it while you can. We will be here watching the master draw his King of Hearts here.
Awesome. I'm jealous. Everybody, have fun. It was awesome seeing you guys, and
Okay, Steve. Bye.
I will see you guys soon.
See you, Steve.
See you later.
He's missing the best part now.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it really is so interesting to see just between the variations how much it changes.
Yes, now I start to like him. Okay, I think we are done with that. Let's move to the face.
I'm excited to see how you kind of make the face fit into this whole crispness idea here. And I like the little elements you added, though, to the crown as you were going through.
Yes, that's the process. You start from at least I start from something very general and very sketchy, and little by little and after I finish the court, I let it dry or rest for a few days,
Nice.
and then I add small details, very small, that I feel or I think that are essential. Maybe they are not, because you see this huge picture, but the card is many times smaller than this. So much of the stuff I put here is lost.
Okay.
However,
Interesting.
I think it adds to the final result, even if you don't see it. I remember that Peter Jackson, the guy who did the Lord of the Rings,
Yeah.
he said that during the shooting they had all the uh, what's the word? The scenery. What's the word for the things that make up the place? For example, a room for
Uh
shooting.
like the studios.
Yes, if they had to shoot a scene in a hobbit's room, for example,
Yeah.
they would make everything. They would build everything around the hobbit, even though they were not shooting certain parts.
Yeah.
It was there.
Yeah.
You would never see them in the movie, but actually they were making the whole place as if it was a real room, for example.
Which that's kind of how you have to go through this whole process, is to treat it as if it is reality to give that authenticity.
Yes.
Also, Lorenzo just popped on and he said, Lotrek, do not gesticulate, draw.
Hi, Lorenzo. Okay, I will. Sorry. You know I'm lazy.
I love it. I love it. And now, is part of the crispness too coming from the idea of the brush you're using, or is it really just the way you're kind of approaching the draw? Instead of short strokes, you're doing those longer strokes.
Yes, I think both.
Okay.
Both. You see, I throw things in the wall to see what sticks.
It makes sense though, honestly. Like, you get to kind of tweak throughout and find what you like the best out of it.
Yeah. Lorenzo, do you want to come and help? I need to pee.
I love it. He also said, I see you're using an uncommon software. 90s style.
Yes.
I love it. I love it.
I don't update my software.
There's nothing wrong with that. When you know what you like, you know what you like.
Yes, because I use only a very small part of the tools that are available. I don't need the rest, or I think I don't need them. Maybe it's because I don't know how to use them. But so I don't have the need to upgrade.
Which and again though, that's fine, because like a lot of times, like you said, with what they add, it's not always important for you. I mean,
Yes, sometimes they added the stuff that was completely stupid and unnecessary, and they removed the stuff that was essential for me. So I was trying to find the older versions, and at some point I was thinking to buy an older computer to match the. Yes.
It's always interesting to see how they adjust the software, especially when they do remove like good functions or texturing tools or things like that, which,
For example, they removed the preview of the fonts.
yeah,
It's so crazy. It's so stupid. I mean, I would love to interview the guy who thought to do it. To do it.
Probably-
Remove the preview of the fonts.
probably saved like this much processing power too. He's like, oh, we need to improve the
And,
software.
And add an effect to help you paint the grass. Come on, it's a tool for painters. We don't need a grass pattern or anyway. Don't get me started. But this version is okay.
You know, it looks nice and clean.
Yeah.
And honestly, again, if it works for you, that's all that matters.
Yeah, exactly. Okay.
And so over time, when you first started doing all of this, like drawing for playing cards and everything, how much did you really try to find like other pieces of art to understand how like the body movement worked and how this all kind of came together? Or did you really use more like anatomy studies and things like that?
I use the stuff I knew from the school, from the fine arts school.
Okay.
I didn't do something extra, although I'm very interested in anatomy. I never studied it properly.
And I think that's, you know, it's interesting because there's always a lot of different ways. You know, Tigger mentioned earlier she has a tough time drawing hands, and I feel like everyone has like a part of the person that when they try and draw initially is always very difficult. For me, it's all of it, but I think for a lot of people as artists, like, did you ever have one where it was really, was it eyes, nose, hands, mouth, or did you always kind of just like work past that? Like, what was the hard part for you?
I'm not really sure. Maybe everything. No, the noses were okay. Maybe the eyes. I don't remember really.
Okay.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, it's not always an easy process. I think, you know, especially if you're, at least for you, you're drawing every day, so you have the opportunity to expand on the skills. You know, if you're doing it more as a hobby or you're not doing it regularly, it becomes difficult to grow.
Yeah. I was trained. I studied painting. Okay, so in painting, you don't learn how to draw hands or how to draw eyes. This is stuff that you learn when you are making comics, for example, or there's not a way to make eyes that you learn. What I learned is a way to paint what I see.
Okay.
Even in the way I see it, but this job here is totally different from painting. It's not just painting. It's painting combined with graphic design. So in a way, everything is equally difficult and easy for me. I mean, I can draw obviously, but in order to bring it there where I really want it to be, it's difficult.
Okay, I can see it. And I think again having that iterative process allows you to kind of get there.
It's easy to impress you, but it's very hard to impress myself. So I have to try.
Understand? No, and that's understandable. And again, like you mentioned earlier, that initial vision that you have, while we may not see it, you see it. And if you
Yes,
vary from it too much, I'm sure that bothers you, and so you try and work back to what it
exactly.
is.
Yes,
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult profession to be in, I think, in that capacity, and trying to not be a perfectionist, because again, you're never going to be able to get that vision you have in your head. You may get close as you want to get, but not perfect
yes.
ever.
Okay, actually, I'm not a perfectionist. This is a
That's
sickness,
good.
I believe. Yeah,
That's good though.
I just try to make the best I can. If I feel that I can do it a bit better, I go for it. There's no such thing as perfection. Even
Yeah.
if you look at Michelangelo's David, it's far from perfect. It's full of mistakes, but it's a masterpiece. Maybe it's a masterpiece because of those mistakes
Yeah.
and how they are worked and combined. His head is very big. Really.
Yeah, it's funny because as you kind of expand on it, you don't draw over the lines, so it creates this whole like secondary image, and you can see how it slightly gets a little bit wider.
Yes. Yes, it was a bit narrow.
It's too funny.
Yes, as I said, I'm as I draw, I correct. When I do the final drawing, I'm correcting things. Now the beard is much better. Look.
Yeah, it has a much more like shaded kind of depth to it.
Yeah,
Looks more full.
I did something stupid now here. Anyway. It goes here. Yeah, okay. Okay, believe it or not, one of the parts I found very difficult is to draw this thing here.
Like the mustache with the mouth.
Yes, this.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, because I guess you kind of, with the mustache especially, like you have to find that symmetrical point at the mouth where it kind of splits and
Yes,
convey
but
that.
at the same time, not completely symmetrical.
Yeah. Well, and like you said too, you also don't want it to just be a continuation of that nose line.
Yes. See how difficult it is?
Yeah.
Now he looks like a truck driver from the south.
There you go. Very regal. So Kenny asked, did you have any major artists that were inspirations for you to get into art?
Not particularly. Art in general, because I started very small as a kid. And
Okay.
yes, obviously the great painters of the Renaissance, of course.
But for you, it was more about creating your own stuff, and that came later, I guess.
I should say creating other people's stuff, because I didn't really have a voice of myself as
Okay.
as a kid or as a student. I was mainly copying styles. I was good at it.
Okay.
I could paint like Velasquez, like Da Vinci, like according depending on the influence of the time. I didn't really have an artistic voice. That's why I quit painting. I quit art, and I followed the a career in applied arts.
Okay, that makes sense. Well, yeah, because the fine arts are definitely a different kind of medium now, and it's also, I think, difficult in that space too to maybe make a career out of it in this day and age. You know?
Yes, and it can be very pretentious as well, and this is not something that I find interesting.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The art world is very pretentious, and I know it from inside. It's not, at least here. I believe in every country.
Yeah.
Too much talking, too much show off, but really few artists are important. But this was the case in any time.
Yeah.
It's not it's not of today.
Well, they
Because-
also yeah, they say very few artists actually get the fame or the notoriety or the monetary aspect even in their lifetime.
Yes. Many people are talking about the old masters, etc., and how art has degraded. This is not true. The real artists were always very few.
Yeah.
Even in the gold age of the Renaissance, we know how many artists we know. We know Da Vinci, we know Raphael, we know.
Yeah.
Okay, there were thousands of artists,
Yeah.
and most of them were crap. Really bad. Yes. Go to any museum. You will see some horrible art. You need a scooter to to yes to visit the museum, because there was so much art produced at the time, but the talented people were always few. So we have about 5 centuries before us to pick up the best artists from every century, but and are we expecting to have today many great artists? Why? But I guess in 200 or 300 years they will be speaking of our age, and they will say, yeah, back then there were great artists, not like today.
And that's always how it goes though too, because I think, you know, art's almost one of those industries, like you said, there's a lot of pretentiousness, but I also think art as an industry realizes that if you have 1,000 great artists, it diminishes the value proposition of the few that you say, oh, these are great artists of our age. And so it has to be very selective from kind of a monetization point of view, which is a shame, you know? But like you said too, there's also a lot of people out there who just are crap artists, and that's just how it goes.
Yes, they had always been. Yes.
Lorenzo says he is off. We appreciate you stopping by, Lorenzo. Happy New Year.
He was bored. He knows that stuff. See how much time the beard takes.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time. All those little fine lines and everything in the shape to it.
Yeah. But it's better than before, right?
No, it looks a lot cleaner. I think it's funny because it's tough with a face, I think, at least for someone who's not an artist, to see it as a face until all the elements are there. But it
Yeah.
really does look a lot crisper now. And I think, especially, the cool thing is you're designing this not only from the art point of view, but understanding how the print process is going to impact all of this.
Yes.
So for you, it's not only the decision of, oh, I want the weight of this line to be heavy because it looks better, but also because it's going to show up better on the final product.
Yes, there are some things that you should avoid because they will get lost or muddy when printed. That's true.
And so, with that kind of in mind, a lot of people still use like press printing versus in some areas you see a lot more digital printing. From a digital printing point of view, you can get a lot more fine detail, or is it the other way around where the plate printing really allows you to get more fine detail?
I think yes, a good digital printer may allow you to have a better detail, or because it's the color registration is better
Yeah.
at the digital printer. That's why you have a better result. It's very crisp, but you cannot use digital printing for this for cards.
Yeah,
I mean, it's very expensive. You can do it for a small amount of decks, for example.
yeah.
It's very very expensive to do.
Well, and
it.
you
And
probably
you have limits. You cannot. It's not easy to use metallic colors, but the worst part is that you don't have a good registration. I mean, the image on the paper is not always at the same place with the digital printing.
Yeah.
In playing card printing, you must have the printed area exactly in the same place in order to be able to cut the deck properly. If the image is moving around,
Yeah, then you have an issue for sure.
yeah.
Well, and it's interesting too, and like you said, you can't use metallic ink as well with digital. I'm sure there's a lot of experimental approaches that with a digital printer, it's too costly to try and incorporate those things, or they haven't made a printer that will do that in a good way. So that's
There are
why.
printers who do digital gold foil, for example,
Okay.
but it looks very cheap.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's why we still see, so many, even some of the major printers. I mean, you look at USPCC, they're probably using a machine. If you do like their old school, like web press or something like that, they're using machines that are decades old because the technology works for the purpose.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, it's always interesting to see. New technology doesn't mean new innovations always immediately with this kind of stuff. Maybe in 50 years when it becomes more cost effective.
I'm a fan of new technology. I don't idolize it. When I need it, I use it. But the fact that something is done faster and cheaper does not mean that it's better. Sometimes it is. It is also better, but most of the times it's not.
Well, and I think a lot of it too, like you said, the power behind a lot of this is knowing when to use it, not just using it because it's cool and new and flashy.
Yes. Yeah.
It's interesting to see. I always love to see how there is a lot of innovation, I think, nowadays in the playing cards industry.
Yes.
But a lot of it kind of is short-lived in a sense. Like if you think about and I don't, I'm not calling out anyone specific or anything like that, but a lot of it's very purpose-built. And so like you see a lot of cool UV spot inks on tuck boxes or stylization of it. It's not something that you can mass produce, and I think in a way that makes it a shift in the way playing cards work. And as a one-off, it's beautiful. You know, it's a very artistic approach, but a lot of times we see some of these decks use gimmicky kind of new technology for 10 decks, and then all of a sudden it vanishes. It's not something that everyone's going to use because it really doesn't change anything about the cards themselves or make the process better. It's really just the cosmetic aspect of it.
Exactly.
And it's always interesting to see. I love that creativity, but like playing cards have been playing cards for thousands of years now, you know?
Yes. You cannot replace design. You cannot replace it. You cannot replace drawing with something gimmicky.
Yeah.
And what is always important in art is the design, is the art itself, not the means. If you can use gimmicky stuff in a creative way, it's great.
Yeah.
I love it.
No, and I think I do like to see that kind of stuff, but yeah, it's one of those things where it's like you said, the art will always be the key.
I'm not against anything of all this. Okay?
Yeah. No, and I agree with you on that front.
The way you're going to use it.
Yeah.
If you use it because it's cool and because people now like hollow foil.
Yeah. Or even gilding, I think at this point. You know, you saw such an uptrend of gilding because it was popular and it generated revenue and people really loved it. But just because of that doesn't mean that, okay, now that people are somewhat turned off by gilding, it doesn't mean if it fits the project, you're not going to use it, you know?
Yes.
When it makes sense, you use it. And I think that's one of the cool things about a lot of this stuff is it organically over time finds when best to be used.
Exactly. Yes. It's like cooking, for example. You cannot use the same sauce everywhere.
Yes. Dude, very much so. I mean, you could, it just wouldn't taste good.
Yeah, okay, yes, of course, you can. I think it's not forbidden, although it should be. But if you want to use the specific sauce everywhere, you have to adjust your cooking, your recipe. Then it's okay.
And so now when you usually work on the card, and the reason I ask this is because I noticed we went to the beard and then back up to the eye, do you usually just progress top to bottom, or do you kind of jump around from time to time?
I discovered that I begin from the crown. I don't know why. Maybe it's a standard point.
Okay.
Point of reference. Yes, I generally follow the sequence you see here.
Okay.
But there's no specific reason for that. I just do it. I don't know why.
Well, I think that's one of the cool things about art, though, too, is like, even if you had two artists make the same exact piece, the way they made it is going to be different.
Yes, of course.
And like you said, even
there's no such thing as the same exact piece.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, without copy pasting. But like the same, like if you gave them the same prompt to create something, not only is the end piece going to be different, but how they got there would be different. And I think even if you like, you know, as you mentioned, you went to when you went to college, like even if you took two people in the same class who were learning the same thing, the way they apply the technique over time is going to change.
Yes.
This is crazy. So cool to see how this comes together.
Okay, we have a problem with those lines here.
What's the problem?
They are not in the correct place. This is okay, I like it, but no. Okay, better now. But this is too long.
So Tigger had a good question here. She said, "When is this project aiming to be done by? How much has been done so far?" So far, all of the other courts other than the King of Hearts have been completed.
Yes, this is the last court. In a few days, I will print.
You're
It's,
actually going to go to print in a few days with this?
Yes.
That's
Yes.
awesome. So on the cusp here, Tigger, which is exciting.
On that?
On the cusp, almost done.
Yes, exactly.
And so again, with the standard little Lotrek asterisk there, that print times may vary.
For this version, not so much because there's going to be no foil.
Okay. Oh, so that makes it a lot easier then on the print
Yes.
side.
Foil is the horror for me.
And so-
Time horror.
Yeah. And so when you kind of when you start looking at this project, and obviously your point of reference was this 1920s deck, which had a very different color palette than would usually be used in modern decks. Do you kind of have an idea already of what colors you want to use with this also, or is that something that also kind of changes as you go through?
The cores are completely ready. They are colored.
Yeah. But
So-
like even before you had done all that, like say when you first started, excluding like red obviously for hearts and diamonds and black for clubs and spades,
Yes.
like their outfits and the colors you're going to bring into that, do you already have those in mind?
Yes, more or less. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I have a picture of the palette I'm going to use. Yes,
Okay.
but this does not really affect the design. It's something that you can even change in the way, provided that everything will fit and the colors will be functional.
Okay.
You can change a lot and use a lot of palettes. I'm very flexible with that. Okay, we need to make him look less like he has come from the hairdresser.
Okay. Okay. Give him a fresh cut.
Yes. Yes, the hair is the hair is the most difficult part.
I can imagine because you want it to look clean and like it makes sense, but that's not an easy thing to do always because it's
Yes.
not. It's a very
Clean,
organic shape. Yeah.
but not hairdresser.
Yeah. Yeah, hair is a very organic thing in general, so to try and capture that's difficult.
I will move on because I'll probably change that later. But so I think people will get bored earlier than expected with the changes in the hair. So we leave it there for now, and I'd like to bring it to a presentable form for today.
Okay.
Obviously, I will not finish it completely, but it will be very close to be completed. Okay.
I mean, just to see how it's evolved from that rough sketch you started with to that second and now coming to this, it's so cool to see how it really grows up.
I have deleted the initial, so
Yeah.
we only have this.
Which, and even that though, I mean, again, they're all much better than anything I could ever do, but even that rough sketch to the second one, it's just so much of an evolution.
Yes, because this is the final.
Yeah. Now this is so cool.
From here, I will only make some corrections. I will not change things.
Yeah.
Or at least this is what I believe now. But we'll see.
I mean, that's
Okay.
the beauty of art.
Now
It can
we-
always keep changing, right?
Yes, we need some symmetry here, so I'm going to use this tool. This is my line slave. Makes the lines as I wish them to be.
Okay. This comes together in such an interesting way because, again, it's clever how you use all the tools, like you said, the line slave, to get everything to fit the way you want it to, whereas if you were to hand draw that, it would be so difficult to get it crisp.
I'm glad you see it this way. Yeah,
Yeah.
because that's what I try to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's funny because I can't imagine many people out there, unless you really, again, are like in fine arts for a business or doing everything by hand, and then you're using canvas and oil and you're actually painting. But like in a digital medium, not using the tools you have just probably slows down the process a lot and maybe doesn't get you that clarity that you want.
I use very few tools, only for some curves and yes, and some lines. I agree with what you said. Yes.
Well, even with the like with the ball that he's holding earlier, you use the circle tool, and I was like, honestly, that makes a ton of sense though. Like trying to draw freehand a
There's
circle, you couldn't do
no
it.
need to do that. Why should anyone try to draw a full circle with? Even if you are drawing on paper,
You would use a compass.
yeah.
And yeah, and I think that's where it makes sense. Like the things angles, like you said, where you would use a tool in real life, whether it be a protractor or a compass or whatever. Those are the same scenarios in this, where you're like, I'm not gonna do it by hand.
Yeah. The real tool is the eye.
See, and I think that's part of the interesting part of art in general, is having the eye to be able to tell when something looks right or not. And I think a lot of people, that's where they struggle, is like, hey, this is what I can draw. I don't know what I want it to actually look like. That vision, and then correcting to fit that vision as best as possible.
Yes. What Stephen could say is about photography, because what makes a photographer the photographer that he or she is the choices they make.
Yeah, the composition of the shot.
No, the shot itself.
Okay.
They shoot one thing 10 times, 20 times, and they choose one.
Yeah.
This choice makes the photographer.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a tough thing to do.
Yeah, if you take the same 20 shots, you may pick a different one as your favorite.
And I think that makes sense from the point of view of, like, same with this. Like, a lot of what artwork revolves around is not just what's appealing to you, but what's appealing to the masses. And from a photography point of view, I may look at, like you said, I might look at 20 pictures and I may not even be able to know the difference between them. But when you have a trained eye for it, it really, it makes sense.
It's not only a matter of trained eye; it's a matter of personal taste.
Yeah.
All photographers have a trained eye. Okay, this is your job, their job, but they would make different choices from the same group or set of shots if they had to pick one. Probably.
Yeah, probably. I mean, it depends too, I guess, how.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some shots are screaming, "I'm the best." Okay.
You know what, though? Even if they didn't all pick the same one, they'd probably all pick the same 3 out of those 20, you know, because
Yes.
there's a
Exactly.
general understanding with some variation.
Yeah. But what I want to say is that it's equally important the judgment you do as an artist.
Yeah.
It's not only the drawing or the drawing skills. Sometimes you have to be brave enough and say, okay, I did it, I tried a lot, but it's not good. Maybe my mother loves it or my uncle is proud of me, but it's not good.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have to start over again. You have to be able to do that, and it's ugly really because it's double work, and it's not flattering.
But you know what, though? I think having that ability, though, to recognize when it's not good or it needs work is what makes you evolve as an artist and get to a point where your art is good at some point.
Yes, and it's what makes it interesting.
Yeah.
Really.
I love the depth this is already just getting, just because of the slight angle changes and the crispness. It looks like so much more full, you know?
Yes.
There's so much more depth to it.
But I already see a problem.
Uh-oh. It's not with the hair again, is it?
No. I'll tell you what it is. It's his head.
Okay.
It's too big.
Okay. So you shrink it down a little bit?
I will cut it off.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, I think it's better now. Okay. We are good.
See, now that's the nice part about the digital medium instead of on paper and all that.
Yes.
You'd have to start over there, downsize and trace it. That's crazy.
Yes. Totally crazy. I don't know how they were doing it. Okay, I know I have lived in the non-digital era.
It probably was a lot more pressure to be perfect the first time around, though.
Yes,
Uh,
you had to do more sketches in the beginning.
yeah.
But actually, this does not mean less work, because the ability to correct things makes you correct more things. When I was painting on paper with watercolors, etc., I could not go through the same part over and again. Once it goes okay, it goes finished. Now I can do it for 1,000 times.
Yeah.
It's actually more work.
Yeah, you're always making those tweaks because, again, like you said, you see those small changes. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
tough.
this I'm doing now. There's no way I would do it on the paper here. Yes, it's stupid. I don't know why I do it. But
You know what? You do it because you love it. I'm sure it frustrates you sometimes too,
I
but you love
see
it.
I see it and I do it. That's the problem. With in the paper, it would be so tiny.
Yeah. Well, yeah, it's always that mentality. It's like, oh, well, it's an easy fix. It's not going to take me that long. But you
Yeah.
add it up over time. All of a sudden, it's like an extra day.
Yes, it's an easy fix. Easy fix this. Easy fix that. Easy fix the other. And you are already retired before you realize.
Uh, you know what, though? But it now looks better to you because his head's the right size, right?
Yes, I think it's better.
Yeah. Because that's one of those things that once you see it, you can't
You will-
unsee it.
Yeah, look what I don't like now. It's funny, but when I'll fix it, you will see that it will be better. This line here
Yeah.
from his hat
Yeah.
should be a bit lower.
Okay.
You agree?
Yeah, yeah, because it does stand out a lot. It takes away some of the sharpness of the tines of the crown. Yeah.
Is it better?
Yeah.
Let's fix this one too. It's much better.
Yeah, it makes the crown stand out more.
Yes, it's not so present. Okay. You're good for now.
And it's interesting too with these curves, how you wouldn't want to use the kind of the tool because you want that organic flow because it's an organic element. Yeah.
Those should be flowing,
Yeah.
while those here are.
Yeah, they should be more crisp and more, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of the obviously other than the ability to draw, a lot of the art now these days is really just knowing when to use and what to use and how to kind of approach it.
Yes, and what's wrong?
With this one here?
No, you must.
Oh
be
yeah,
able to
knowing what's wrong. Yeah,
see
yeah.
what's wrong and fix it, because you may feel that something is wrong, but you may not be able to say what exactly is wrong,
Yeah.
and that way you're fixing the wrong things.
Well, and so with that in mind, are there times that you show your artwork to people who you know have an eye for art who can say, "Hey, no, I would tweak this." Like I mean, you I'm sure have gotten there over time, but like early on, did you rely on other people to help you
Yes,
train that eye?
absolutely. I rely to Melina.
All right.
Yes.
And I think that's important that you trust her
Yes,
ability
I
to see that.
absolutely trust her, because yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise it would turn out poorly.
No, I trust her because she has a very sharp eye.
Yeah.
Actually, many things I have learned them from her, regarding color, regarding composition, and
That's really
she
cool.
also has driven my focus to things that I didn't know. She's an avid reader, a very educated person, and she's part of what I have become. It's here.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's true. So I absolutely trust her, except for when she says it's okay, nobody will see it. Okay.
That is too funny.
Look how with this addition here.
It makes it look so much more flowy. It adds so much more
Yeah,
motion
because
too.
like this, it was like a piece of ham.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of people were asking too. It was like, oh, was that the throne behind him? Now you can tell it's a piece of cloth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Oh, yes. It's a cloth thrown there.
Yeah. And I think the cool thing is though too, it's like these ideas are coming to you as you're doing it again. So that's why the multiple passes make a lot of sense, because you're not going to
Yes.
see everything first time around.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't.
And if you're correcting them as you're doing it, like even if last time you had said, oh, let me do that. If it's a quick change, fine. But again, all those quick changes add up, and eventually you never get version 1 done.
Yes.
See, to me, that right there, that's the smart use of tools too. You're like, oh, why am I going to erase it by hand?
Yeah. No reason.
So now with all of, and talking about like the flow and the angle and a lot of this, to me, it always comes back to the idea of, we talked a little bit earlier about anatomy and the study of anatomy for body. And it's more so, do you find that you study like math for angles, or just observing the world
No, it's
around you gives you?
just observation and and the reason.
Yeah. Which is really
For
cool.
example, if a line goes that direction, it should be continuing in the drawing
Yeah.
like that. This gives the correct sense of perspective.
Okay.
Because in some drawings you see that things are a bit off, and that's because the artist has not followed all the lines through the end. This is very important. Okay.
It's so crazy. Like just seeing the rough lines come together in these crisp lines really is just so cool. It really does add so much more depth
I'm
to it.
glad you find it interesting, because I really didn't know. I was afraid that it would be very boring for people to watch.
I
Of
think
course,
people enjoy seeing that behind the scenes aspect because it
they're not
allows them.
obliged to watch. So
Yeah. Well, no, and it's what, at the end of the day too, it's a lot of a better understanding and a better appreciation of the art, because we all know a lot of time goes into this, but to actually see it being done in front of you allows you to get an understanding of just how much time and effort and thought and revision and
yes,
practice goes into it.
yeah, a lot, a lot.
Yeah, no, it's crazy to think how much effort really is involved in it. And I think in a great way though, because in this day and age, as the world continues to deal with inflation and prices of things go up in general, people are always like surprised at how much a deck of cards can cost. But like seeing the effort that goes into it behind the scenes is key to really appreciating that.
Yes, I hope so. At least in my case, because if I can do something, I do it. That's why it takes so long. The problem is that I always see things that need to be fixed or can be fixed, and I fix them. That's, but this takes very much. very much time. Very much. Anyway, I don't complain. I like it. I love it. I don't like it. I love it.
And honestly, though, that shows in the work, though, too, because again, when people get to see how much effort and thought goes into all this, they get that emotion as well.
Yes, I hope so.
I mean, I think your longevity in the playing card industry, as well as the support you get through your Patreon and everything, shows just how much people do love and hopefully understand it, and love to get to see this aspect of it, though, too. You know.
Yes.
I love the dueling style gloves as well. Those old school split long leather gloves. They're probably silk or something since he's a king, but
Yes, of course. See, those lines do not need to be accurate
yeah.
because it's the cloth here exactly, and
Yeah, so his hand creates its own movement just by being flexed and pushing up, so it creates that kind of non-perfection, yeah. Canadian had a good observation there. Maybe that's the issue. Should be fixed are issues that obviously need to be fixed, but can be fixed sounds highly subjective. Set yourself a limit of how many things you can fix versus need to be fixed.
yes, okay. Some things could be fixed, but they do not need to be fixed. Yes,
Exactly, yeah. And like being able to make that distinction, like you said, also is part of the artistic process.
I'm unable to do that distinction. I fix everything.
See, and I love that little like shift there, showing that crease because of his wrist movement there. Like it's just so cool.
Which one? Here?
Around the element, yeah, for the outline, yeah. Yeah, like that subtlety that like until you really see it being drawn, you almost wouldn't even think about how that could impact the perception of the motion.
Yes. But it does.
Yeah, it really does. And this is why you don't see playing cards too often with stick figures on them, because you get no motion and no depth to it.
Yeah. Hmm. Okay, now let's make some nice stitches to the glove.
Everyone, all the chat now is like, I still have problems drawing clothing for F's sake. So there's a lot of frustration, it seems like, with clothing in that making it not look too perfect. And you really got it very well down, but you can tell even when you make those slight adjustments, it's because clothing shouldn't be perfect. Nothing's going to ever lay flat and crisp all the time.
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Tigger says, I suddenly want to see a deck of just stick figure court cards and stick figures making the pip shapes.
Okay. We are okay for now with the hand. The other hand now. We're not very far from coloring.
It's exciting, though.
Coloring is my favorite part, though.
Well, and so with the coloring too, is a lot of it, well, I mean, we've seen on the detail, but on that first kind of pass, is a lot of just like fill, or is it a lot of still painting?
It's fill, yes. The first pass is fill.
Yeah, that makes sense, because a lot of that, I'm sure that fine detail to really add the depth and the shading and everything is the more intricate work.
Yes, absolutely. Eh,
And so now when
yes.
you do a lot of this too, do you end up creating different layers so that you can then shift how things lay on top of each other?
Yes, look, I'm using different layers because, for example, I want to draw the hand now. Okay,
Yeah.
this layer I have is the whole drawing until now.
Yeah.
So I'm adding another layer, and I will draw the hand here, for example, and then I will be able to go to the layer underneath and delete this without destroying my new line.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
That's how I do it, and why I'm using many layers. I'm using too many layers, and
Well, you can merge them all at the end, and then you just have
yeah,
one layer.
no, I merge them often now because they're very confusing, and I may do a mistake that will need much time to be corrected. So
Well, it's funny too. I think, I know at least in Photoshop and Illustrator, you can like name your layers, but unless you're like working with other people on a project, naming your layers seems just like a waste of time.
yes, it's absolutely a waste of
Yeah.
time.
But then, like you said, you get so many layers and you're like, all right, which layer is this turning off? Which one is what?
Yeah, right now I'm working on 2 layers.
Okay, that's not too bad at all.
I mean, okay, I have 1 layer with the previous design
Yeah.
and 2 layers. So now we can go to the layer underneath and erase those. And those lines, we don't need it. See?
Yeah. No, it's really cool how it all comes together like that.
Okay, so the hand goes like this. This line should be here. Okay. However, now I see that this glove here
Yeah.
is longer than this.
Okay.
So let's do this a bit longer.
Okay.
Okay, looks good. I use Illustrator only for the final stages, for the final files,
Okay.
never for the design.
And is that more so just because people expect you to have like an AI file when you give it to them for print?
No, it's better to
Okay.
have an AI file. You can work it for printing better there.
Okay.
You cannot provide files for printing with the painter.
Okay. Good to know.
Okay, good.
I love how it kind of like it's peeking out from the sleeve too, so you didn't lose the fidelity of the sleeve.
No. Yeah. Okay.
That looks awesome.
Yes, it's good. Here you are. The problem is that I destroyed this line here.
Okay. Easy fix.
Yes, that was an easy one.
And it is interesting too how much you need to maintain the line there in order to keep it continuous through, but at the same time elements go over it. So having the line and then removing the right parts.
Yeah.
There's a lot to think about in that capacity.
Yes. Okay, after I finish this hand, we have only the sword and the patterns there in his cloak,
Nice.
and then color,
All right.
and then shades, and then start over again because I won't like it.
This will be the Lost King. What comes out in the deck will
Yeah.
look completely different.
I was saying that I'm excited for 2023 because I will get back to the drawing board. I had so many production issues the previous 2 years that could not really do the things I wanted to do.
Yeah. Well,
But
and
I am so thirsty for designing.
that's exciting now. And I mean, I think everyone out there who enjoys your work too is ready for it as well. I think a big shift for you though too is you kind of stepped back from taking other projects on external to your own projects, right?
Yes, yes.
And so a lot of last year's production holdups were really wrapping up a lot of those other projects.
Yes, this happened with the Tale of the Tempest,
Yep.
which was a deck that I actually printed 6 or 7 times.
Ah, that's crazy.
Yeah. And no, I didn't do any other projects, printing work for others. I had the problems with Royal Silk.
Yeah.
Too many problems, too many printings. Yeah, too much. Anyway, it's ending now,
That's good though.
and yes.
And I mean, did you feel like you walked away and like learned something because of the production issues you had? Like, was it more
Yes.
so?
Yes,
was it-
yes.
Yeah.
I am actually changing the pattern I work, the choices I do, and the process, because every time you face a difficulty, you say, okay, next time how can I avoid this?
Yeah.
and I think I have found ways to avoid most of the problems that I see happening more often.
Okay. No, and that's key. And again, I think that's being open to change and being willing to evolve how you approach projects to hopefully save production side.
Yes.
That's key.
And I have accepted certain things.
So sometimes you just may be too ambitious with what you want to do.
Yes,
All right.
or too many things bother me that shouldn't really.
Okay.
It's from from one point it starts being unwise.
Okay.
Okay,
Yeah.
you can try for the best, but tiny problems will always happen, especially when you are using foil because it's a material. It's a live material.
Yeah.
And
Well,
anyway,
I think that's part of the growth of the art, though, too, is for you to really be able to step back and say, okay, like these are things I shouldn't worry about, even though I do. Being
yes,
aware of it's that first step.
yeah. For example, you do something, you do a printing and you don't quite like it for any reason. You say, fine, I will fix it next time. So you do the second printing, you fix that problem, but you see another problem, and you say, okay, I need to reprint to fix that. Okay, let's say that you do it, and in the third printing you have fixed everything, and then happens something else that was completely unpredictable.
Yeah.
So what are you doing then?
I
For
mean,
a third
you're doing a fourth print.
time, and when do you stop?
Yeah. No, and again, I think that's
When
yeah.
patrons call the police, then you stop. And you say, okay.
No, and I think I think part of that is just being willing to step back and kind of just say this is as done as it's gonna get, you know?
Yes.
And that's hard though. That is hard, especially because again, this is your creation. You have a vision in mind of what do you want it to be, and if it's not there, that's hard to step back and say no, this is it.
Yeah, exactly.
But that's good that this year you're trying to do that more.
Yes, this year we will launch a lot of new projects, completely new decks. We will use the first 2 or 3 months of the year to finish any pending deck we have for the Patreon and for the Royal Silk, and then we will finally launch the Codex deck.
Which is
That-
exciting. I feel like Codex has been teased for
Yes,
like 2 years now.
yes,
I'm excited for it.
yes. Me too. I believe it will be the most beautiful deck I have ever done. I
That's
hope.
that's good though, man. And for anyone out there who is not privy to the Patreon side of things yet, I know I've said this a couple times, but make sure to go check out Lotrek's Patreon. I'm going to drop a link in the chat again with this information, but it gives you a nice behind the scenes to all this. You get some amazing decks that not everyone else gets access to, and you get to see how the master's mind works behind the scenes, not just on these live streams here. So
It actually does not really work.
you know what? It
It's
works
a-
enough to pull this off. So
Yeah, okay.
I think that's part of the fun of it is, there's no two brains that necessarily work exactly alike to get to the, again, it's the same thing with art. Like you're never going to get the same conclusion when you give two artists the same prompt. The input's the same, the output will always be different.
Yes.
So the way your brain works, your output is what people love, no matter how it gets there.
Yeah. And no matter when it gets there.
Yes. That is the key. That is the key with any Lotrek project. Patience for the patrons and for anyone out there. Always be patient. Well, I remember too, I feel like a lot of it when you transitioned to Patreon was the idea like, oh, I don't want the restrictions of timelines as much, you know, and I think a
Yes,
lot of people are aware of that, which is good.
yes, this is something that made me so hesitant to start a Patreon, and I think I was right.
Yeah. Dude, no, it makes sense. Well, and you know
Anyway,
what the nice thing is too, you get much more immediate feedback. I think one of the things I really like about Patreon in general is if someone has a question
yeah,
or anything, they can reach right out to you. There's accessibility. With Kickstarter, it feels very impersonal. Even though it feels personal, the communication feels very impersonal.
yeah, yeah. But I have to say that our patrons are extremely kind and supportive, and I admire them. I, I I could never be as patient as they are.
Well, you know what? That's the good thing.
They
You're on
are
the other side of it.
amazing. I don't know how they do it. It's-
Prime example, we have Juan in here saying, when is Icon going to launch? I've been waiting for it for 2 years. I think it will be deck of the decade, which no doubt about that. It'll be an
Icon,
amazing deck. Yeah, Icons.
icons were launched.
Is that yeah, it's out, Juan. You missed the ball there. This is why you should go join the Patreon so you're in the loop with all the information. Oh, he meant Codex. I was gonna say, I thought Icons.
Okay.
We were just talking about Codex too, and Codex is planned for this year, which I said the same thing. I've been waiting for like 2 years for it as well. Super
No,
excited.
is planned for early this year, right? Maybe April, something like that.
See, that's exciting. Look at that.
Re- really
I
now.
I feel like when
Without-
I first got into cards, Codex was one of the first decks you teased at the time, and I was like, oh
Yeah,
man, because it was before. It was either before or right around the time of Crypt.
I don't remember.
I don't
Maybe.
remember either now too. It's been a while.
Maybe yes, maybe after Crypt. Yes, I think it was after Crypt.
Yeah, I think like right after Crypt came out, you teased Codex for the first time, and I was like, oh man, this is gonna be awesome. But you know what though? Again, it's I think part of the nice thing for you with the Patreon side of it is you get that freedom to go in the directions you want to go in, where you can say, okay, like these are the projects I know I want to work on, but like something really cool and exciting comes up that you want to delay a different project for, you can.
Yeah. Yes. The problem is that with all those production issues I had, I didn't really use that privilege of being able to spend as much time as I need in designing the deck,
Yeah.
because it's so time consuming being present in the production, and then you're exhausted because sometimes I am printing for 12 hours.
Yeah,
Okay,
jeez.
this is seldom happens, but you are, even if you are for 8 hours there, you are very focused.
Yeah.
Every minute you're so focused, and then you are completely drained, so you cannot go to design anything. But this is it soon will be past. His nose was too long. Okay, very good.
It looks good.
Yes, it does. Okay, now I'm going to do the sword. No, I'm here. I'll take it from here.
Okay. Because that's all. Yeah, that's already very crisp.
Yes, but look, I want to turn it around
Okay.
so that I can make it completely symmetrical and vertical. Okay. Where did it go? Okay. We don't need those guys. Whew, whew, whew.
It's interesting even with this one where, like I just said, I felt like the sword looks so finished. Even the crispness now of this approach just looks so much different.
Yes, because look here,
Yeah,
it's not clean.
yeah.
It's okay, but and I will add some elements now that I'm.
Yeah, make it more of a sword fit for a king.
Yes.
That's dope. Like a nice leather wrap to it or a wire wrap.
Exactly. No, not you. You.
Yeah, and see, this is one of those areas where the tools definitely help because, like, the symmetry of a sword,
Yes.
you want it to be very like,
Exactly.
yeah. It's so cool.
Okay, so let's add some engraving here. Better.
I like that. Looks clean.
Boom, 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 boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Catchy song. Let's see what else we have here. So Brook Monster wants to know, will there be another mystery deck in the future, similar to Crypt?
Yes. Yes, definitely. Uh, we are planning it for this year too,
Okay.
and I won't tell anything about that.
I mean, that's
But
good. It's a mystery.
if there is a deck that you should have fear of missing out, this is the one. This will be the one.
That's
I'm
exciting, though. I love the idea of those mystery decks.
I'm really proud of what we are up to, and there will be no restriction like crypt regarding posting pictures, etc.
Okay.
Everybody will be able to post and share it whenever they want.
But it'll be sight unseen until you get it in your hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Honestly, it's such a fun endeavor. It's such a... I think people really enjoyed that with Crypt as well.
Yes, it was strange, but I'm amazed that actually nobody has revealed anything yet
For which one?
for crypt.
There was, at some point, there was a leak on Reddit.
Yeah, you can expect that, but
Yeah. But nothing like too crazy, yeah.
yes, to the point I feel it's pity. Nobody has leaked it.
You know what, though? People respect the work you do, and that. I think that says a lot.
That was very touching, really, because I thought, okay, they are going to buy it, and the next minute it will be everywhere. No,
Now, it took a very long time for anyone even like leaked out a little bit, and I was impressed with that as well.
yeah. Actually, one of the things I'm really proud regarding my work is this, that people respected that in a way silly request. Don't post pictures. Why not? It's mine. But it was amazing. They did respect that.
Yes.
It was a game. Okay, it's crypt is something that we the happy few know what is about, and let's keep it secret. If anyone wants to see it, he has to buy it from you. Who? Okay, but it was a game.
Yeah.
And it matches the spirit of playing cards. I think it was nice.
Honestly, I think it was, well, it was also something people hadn't seen before, which I think was awesome.
Yes.
But the way you did it really made it a community thing, you know?
Yeah.
It made it very, very a shared experience, which I think was awesome.
And one backer told me, "Don't you dare to post any pictures yourself. You will ruin everything." And,
That's still probably one of my favorite decks of yours as well. I think just the way you built that out and the way it handles for being so much foiled, beautiful deck.
There is a much improvement in regarding handling as well. The next decks will be even better. I mean the foiled decks.
I'm
Yes.
excited for those.
Yes, they will have even better handling.
I will be right back, Lotrek. I'm going to step away for a moment.
Yeah, okay, yeah, go. I'm here. I'm not leaving.
Perfect.
I'll try to entertain people now. Okay.
There we
At-
go.
At some point, I have to make a break for a couple of minutes. Okay.
Audio is not working here. Why is that? Huh. Interesting.
What is not working? I am working.
For some reason I can't hear the stream, so let me see what I can do here.
Can you hear me?
That would do it. There we go.
It's okay now?
Yep, for some reason my computer decided to mute me unbeknownst to me, so good to know.
Okay, I was saying that in a while I'll take a break for a couple of minutes. Okay,
Absolutely, absolutely.
I need to move a bit because
It's a lot of sitting.
yeah, I will need an operation to get me out of the chair. if I sit much more here.
It's so crazy to see how well this is all just how quickly it comes together though too.
Really, you think it's quickly?
I mean, honestly, if I was to do this, it would take me like 7 years. So yeah, it's quick.
Okay. Don't worry. Until the deck gets finished, it will take 7 years.
There you go. Oh my god. In 2030, you'll all be able to get your hands on the golden rule.
Yes.
I love it. It's so funny though to see how this all comes together. And so as you've kind of started out with playing cards over time, have you kind of added your own little touches that you consider, you know, unique to your artwork? Obviously, artwork is unique for every artist, but like, what are some of the things that you've really found that you like to personalize with some of this stuff?
In what way you mean that?
When you're drawing like the courts, is there certain ways that you like to do, like maybe their expressions or the attire or things like that?
Yes, I want to make them as vivid as possible, and to give the impression that are looking at you, or that they are thinking about something. They're something is going on in their mind.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I try to do that. I don't know if I'm successful on that, but yes, I want to make them as alive as possible.
Well, and I think a lot of time too with the way, that's one of the things that always jumps out to me about your courts, especially, is just the colors you use, especially for the faces and everything, are usually very skin tone oriented. And so they make them seem much more alive than many times when you see courts, they look almost cartoony in the colors.
Yeah, yes. I don't like. I love cartoons, but I don't like uh, cartoony chords unless the deck is funny itself,
Yeah.
like Odd Fellows by Lorenzo.
Yeah. Yes.
This was a cartoon deck, okay, but when you have serious chords in a cartoony way drawn, this is something I don't like. I try to avoid it.
No, which makes sense, and it really adds more of a lifelike aspect to the chords themselves.
Yeah, hopefully.
And
Okay.
again, definitely a vision in his eye that makes him look like he's thoughtful. So I think you were successful there.
Okay, thanks.
Paul says he's looking forward to receiving Royal Silk. Honestly, Paul, it's going to be a gorgeous deck.
Yeah, I have. Do I have here? No. Let me see. I had a small uncut from. Anyway. Forget it. But Paul, it will be ready this month. So you won't have to wait too long.
Exciting reason to be a Lotrek patron. Tigger says, does anyone know what the orb is for? So as far as I know, Tigger, the orb is kind of a ceremonial object. I think it's like similar to like a censer that they would, well, it's not putting out like any incense, but it's like a ceremonial part, like similar to the scepter that you would see in like a coronation for royalty.
I wonder the same thing. What is that ball with a... I have seen it in Byzantine paintings too.
Here you go. The Sovereign's Orb. During the coronation, the monarch is presented with objects representing their powers and responsibilities. This is called the investiture. Among the objects is the Sovereign's Orb, a golden globe surmounted by a cross. It reminds the monarch that their power is derived from God. Interesting.
Yeah.
There we go. We all learned something new about the coronation process today. It's
Power deriving from God was a brilliant trick to make people accept monarchy.
yeah. I mean, divine rule was a very big thing for a long, long time.
So the king could say, "It's not my fault. God placed me here."
Yes, I was chosen. I'm just doing what I was told.
Now bring me your crops.
It's funny though too how much a lot of these elements have kind of stayed relevant in the world through playing cards though too, because these aren't objects really, unless you live in a monarchy still, that you see every day.
Even then, you don't see them every day, but yes.
Yeah, exactly. And so like, if not for playing cards, we may not even know about a lot of these things in movies and things like that.
What I love in playing cards is this continuity they have through the centuries.
Yeah.
Even now, we use more or less the same chords they used centuries ago.
Well, like even before that too, like the stylization of it is what's evolved. But yeah, I mean, like hundreds of years now, we've had these similar styles to it, which is crazy.
We have kings, queens, jacks. I
But
love
yeah,
all that stuff. I love it, really.
well, and it's interesting though too because really the terminology may have changed while the courts stayed the same. So prior to like jacks, you may have had knaves, and or knights or
Yes.
other aspects of it, but the artwork
Mhm.
stayed very similar. Omar said, "I wonder how many sitting hours Lotrek has in his chair."
Year.
Thousands of hours, a lifetime.
Okay.
It's so interesting to see how you have to really think about, like, all right, how does this line up? Where do I have to remove? What should be hidden?
Yes, it still isn't because it has this direction now. The line.
Yeah,
It should be like
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Nah, now it's okay. Fine. Okay, we are very close to starting coloring because I think the decorative pattern here will be added afterwards.
Makes sense.
Yes, not now. Okay. Okay.
Figure says it has to be a comfy chair, though, so I'm guessing your chair is hopefully comfortable.
It's good.
There you go.
It's it's not very fancy. Just a good office chair. No, nothing too. No space technology. I mean,
That's good, though. You don't need all the bells and whistles for a chair.
yes. Okay. Uh, Ήρθες μωράκι. Melina is here.
Hi, Melina.
Hi.
Okay. Okay, I will rotate the whole thing
All right.
so that we can see it.
This looks awesome so far.
Not too bad, huh?
No, that looks amazing. And again, that overlap is just so... I love the overlap of the symmetry, so it's not just a perfectly flat horizon line of symmetry.
Yes, that's a goal always. Okay, yes, that's where it should be. Ναι.
Σε ποιο πας εσύ τώρα?
Έχω κάνει το σχέδιο. Θα αρχίσω να χρωματίζω. Να το δεις λίγο. Είναι εδώ πέρα η κάμερα που άμα καθίσει εκεί.
Bye.
Πώς σου φαίνεται?
Ωραίο, χαρά.
Okay,
Τελειώνεις.
Melina approves.
Yeah.
Perfect. Perfect. That's what we like to hear.
Or I'll have to start over again.
Yes, no, please definitely approve then.
Okay, yes, let's start coloring now. But I think I'll make a break now.
Okay, perfect.
For 2 minutes. Okay, and I'll be back.
We'll see you in a few minutes.
2 or 3 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. I'm gonna leave this up on screen.
Okay.
A little bit of music for everyone to see, and we'll let me see how I can
Yes.
do this here.
Okay, thanks.
There we go. You heard it here first. We'll be back in a few minutes, everybody.
Okay, I'm back. Okay. Back to work.
There we go. I realized I'm muted. This thing looks beautiful. Honestly, man, I'm excited to see how this plays. I'm excited to
Okay.
see how the coloring process goes, really, because I know we talked about a lot of it initially as fill, but the idea of being able to get that detail on top of the fill and really see how it comes together and how you choose the colors is exciting.
Okay. We'll see it now.
Perfect.
It's exciting for me as well. Yeah, because this makes the card what it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
And don't get me wrong, I think this style looks amazing here as it is too, but like yeah, being able to get the color and the feel and the
Yes,
you know,
this is the bones.
yeah. Well,
Like,
it's funny because I think we forget that color conveys so much emotion as well. You know, we talked about the facial expression earlier and conveying that thoughtfulness, but regalness comes through with, you know, you're not going to use a yellow on him as the king as his primary color. You're going to use those traditionally royal colors in theory and all this kind of
Yeah.
cool stuff.
Mhm.
You should just make the Lotrek coloring book and let people submit their their color choices. It's like a perfectly fit puzzle.
Yes. Okay, let's start playing now because I really don't know what colors I will use. Let me cheat a bit. Let's see what the fellow artist from the mid-20s did. Yeah.
You got those regal purples in there. You got the reds.
Yes, it's not bad. Okay.
It's crazy to see how different the styling looks though. You can see like the blush on his cheeks a little bit, which kind of shows the shadowing and
Yes.
his hair color and all that. It's very interesting.
Yes.
I can't tell if he's blonde or a redhead.
It's something between. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. This is what bothers me. All that. And I will fix it now.
While you're
Yes.
fixing that, I'm gonna let the dog in the room.
You have a dog there?
Good girl. She decided that she wanted to join us, so
Can I see her?
yeah. Here, let me get the camera down so you can see. Here, Lou, let's go back a little bit. Come here. Come here, Lou. There you go.
Oh,
Good girl. Good girl. Yeah. She's very energetic today.
yeah. I love dogs.
She's funny because if she sleeps too much, she'll get really energized. So she's been sleeping all day because it was raining. So now she's full of energy. She wants to play.
Yeah. Okay.
So now the correction you made before, did you shift his face or did you make it a little smaller?
Neither. I moved it a bit towards this side.
Okay. Yeah, I can see his eyebrow looks like it's off the hairline now, and the other side looks like it's tilted his face a little bit, which is cool.
Yes, it was not correct.
Got Murphy's Magic in here saying this looks so good.
Thanks. Thanks, Murphy's. Murphy's knows.
So Infurtive Fell has a good question here. He says, he prefaces, "Don't hate me, but if the ball's ribbon is looking sideways, shouldn't the cross also be looking a bit sideways?"
You're fired.
It's a good perspective question, but yeah, that's interesting. Because the thing is, too, if you tilt the cross, though, it's not going to have the same impact from a visual point of view.
Yes, that's right. Let me see how can I avoid fixing it.
I mean, I think it looks beautiful, don't get me wrong, but Tigger says,
Okay,
I was wondering
yes.
about the cross's angle, too.
I have a theory.
All right,
Okay.
let's-
No, actually, I'm not joking. There is some reason behind that. Okay, I wanted the cross to be in front of us, facing us, not tilted. But the cross on the sphere would be very boring. I think. Yeah, maybe I can change it. Yeah. But if I change it, I will change the.
Would you
this thing
change the?
here.
You would change
Yes.
the ball to face forward.
Yeah, the ball to fix the yes.
See, now, and what I'll say to that is, while I think in reality that makes sense that they should both be angled, having the ball somewhat off with the cross being forward adds depth to the ball, I think, personally.
Yes. Okay. Maybe I should change the cross.
But I don't know if the cross should change either, though. I don't I don't know if this is a problem that needs to be solved.
Let's see. Who was that?
There you go. Furtive says, I love it. Don't change the cross. Change the ribbon and the ball. If anything, maybe. And then Tigger says, here's a theory. The cross can rotate and the king wanted it facing forwards. There we go.
Yes, that exactly.
Yes, there we go.
That's what I was trying to explain.
Exactly.
The cross is rotating because this is a ball specially designed for this king.
Exactly. There's a bearing in there that allows
For
it to
some
shift.
reason, he wanted the cross to rotate. Okay, he's a king. If you cannot do whatever you want, why? What's the point in being a king? Rotating balls. No pun intended.
There you go.
No, I don't think it's a good idea to rotate to tilt the cross.
Yeah, it looks like it now, instead of looking up straight forward, it looks like it's tilted backwards a little bit.
Yes, we can fix that. It's not a problem, but
Interesting.
maybe it's better now.
I don't know.
Let's see. And it should be moved a bit. Yes, why not? It adds depth. Yeah. So although it's a a ball with a rotating cross. He didn't rotate it this time.
Okay.
Let's keep it like this. Okay. Thanks for the correction. I really never saw that.
Well, it's an interesting thing too, because again, like you said, you get so into it, and there's so many other things that you do pick up that you can't see it all.
Yeah, that's why I don't do live streamings.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, I have people observing everything. Okay, I think it's better. Yes, it's better.
Yeah, it
It's
definitely
more-
looks like it has more depth to it now.
Okay, and since depth is what we are after, we're not shallow people, right?
Exactly.
Okay. Perfect. Thanks. Great. One free deck to my friend.
I also love how many of your corrections you do freehand. It's such an interesting kind of approach.
It's easier.
Yeah. No, it makes sense instead of having to get the tool back out and everything.
Yeah, for that little portion, doesn't make any sense.
Furtive
Okay.
says, "Thank you for picking up the suggestion. I think it looks nicer. Thank you." I
Yes.
agree. I think it does add that depth to it. It's
It
interesting.
really does. Thank you for noticing that. Really, I would never notice that. Don't know why, but it's true.
Well, you know what? It's because you have so many things going on in your head about what the next steps are and how to build this out and everything. Whereas someone from the outside
Yes.
probably can look at it and they're much more critical because they're only focusing on one of those things at a time, which I think is awesome.
Okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot you shifted that.
Yes. Okay. But
Oh, it shifted back.
no, it's it came upside down, so I hadn't changed the. Yeah. Okay. This should be deleted.
Yeah.
No. Why? What happened? Okay.
There you go. It's funny when it's doubled up too. The boldness of his expression makes it look so much more severe, so much
Yes.
more like he's angry, which is interesting.
He's angry because he's dying.
There you go. Slowly.
Yeah. Okay, can't wait to start coloring.
Let's get some colors on this.
Another thing that I'm going to fix, but not now, is that his hand is too big, I think.
Okay.
Isn't it? Yes.
Yeah, it looks very big in proportion to his head.
Yeah. Should I fix it now? No, after. Color.
You can do it after. Yeah, the nice thing about that is the coloring's not going to impact it, so.
No. Yep. Okay, let's start with the face. Okay. His hair should be grayish. Mm. We had the
Right between, right where your mouse just was. Yeah, right there.
we have a lip here.
It's like trying to solve a puzzle. It's like, all right, where's the hole?
Yeah.
It's crazy how just that little bit of color adds so much more emotion again to the face.
Yes, and it changes. It actually changes his expression.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that?
Yeah, he looks much more stern now, but it also adds a little bit of like a softness to his eyes.
Yes.
It's amazing. And it's interesting too how the color really, like I said, adds those little elements to it that just add even more fine detail.
Yes. Obviously, the the face now is the most difficult part.
Yeah. Yeah, I can see that because there's so many crevices and shadows that you want to highlight to create that depth.
Yes, and with the color, I will get the desired expression, the desired feeling.
And it's interesting because you do have to consider all of the elements that add shadow. Like his hair is going to cast shadow on his face, depending
Yes.
on what angle the light comes from, and all that, which is really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. And the color will show the corrections I need to do in the face.
Yeah.
Because there are many corrections that need to be done.
It's funny though too how much different it looks up close versus further away. Like up close, it
Yeah.
just looks like, all right, like you're throwing a bunch of like random lines, but you back it up and it all comes together so nicely.
Okay, this line here is too much.
Okay.
This was something that was revealed by the color.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's crazy how much depth that adds.
Yes. I use a lot the different opacities of the layers to create that feeling. This actually is the same color I have here, but in a different opacity.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering how you were shifting that so quickly. So that makes sense that it would be you change the opacity to kind of just lighten it up a little bit or tamp it down.
Okay. And this eye needs to become smaller.
Okay. In line with the other one, yeah.
Not only that, it's big. It's too big. It still is big,
Yeah.
but maybe it's because of this line here.
I mean, the one thing it does do is it makes it feel like his head is tilted a little bit, which isn't a bad thing. It adds that perspective, but
What?
oh,
Is-
because his face is shifted. This one, the back one, would be smaller than the front one.
Yes.
But it is. It
Now
feels,
it's better.
yeah.
Needs a bit more. Okay.
Yeah, that
That's-
feels more on track. Yeah.
Because as you saw, I'm not using a reference to make the faces, etc. And the base I used changed completely.
Yeah.
So
I mean, even from your original drawing to this one is significant difference.
yes,
And looking at that 1920s, the Dondorf deck, the face was so childish, whereas yours is a much more mature king.
yeah, yes. Okay. We will make him older. Even. Yes, he's still too young.
This is making me realize too how much contouring and like makeup stuff to make your face look different is similar to the painting and coloring of an artwork face.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Mm. Okay, we will come back to the face later. Let's do something else.
I like the face. It looks good. The crown looks, there you go. Perfect crown.
Face needs some more work.
So now with the coloring of the face too, I'm guessing you'll take a similar approach for the mirrored aspect. So once you've completed the upper part, you just kind of shift it all.
Yes, of course.
Nice. And I like that slightly darker edge on the bottom part of the sword to create that shadow.
Yeah. Let's do it here. Okay. So, for his clothes, the face will change a lot. I don't like it yet.
Okay.
It's not bad, but it's not good.
So, and Kenny had a good point, which since we came back to the crown here, are the gems on a perspective curve or are the tines just different?
What are the gems?
So, like, yeah.
Yeah, a bit.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of the perspective of it, Kenny. You figure, like, the head's shifted a little bit off to the side, so they line up a little bit differently because of that. So there's a tilt. It adds, like, a tilt almost to the head.
I won't change that.
Good answer. Oh, I love it. Oh, that was scary to see him overlaid on the original one.
Yeah. Oh, it's a nice coat.
It looks like he's wearing a suit of armor that is made of someone else. It's such an interesting, like, kind of thing too, because like the perspective of this and like the way that garments in like ceremonial would have been like worn, it would have been very like stark colors. So like again, golds, whites, creams, things like that. But all of that would land so flat, and that's why you see even in the original there's so much contrast of color. I've also come to realize that white does not just mean white. There's so many different shades of white.
No,
and
never.
like, yeah, you don't want like paper white for something like this. You want more of like a creamish white to give that warmth.
Yes, exactly. Okay, now he's a bit like Santa Claus.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah, with the white gloves and everything. I love it.
Okay, he has purple glove. Some basic elements, I don't wait until they shift the image because I want to see how it's working.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah, especially I think with that front element, because it's so much there, it could be overpowering color-wise, I'm sure.
Yeah, yes, exactly. So okay, I don't like this purple. I'll make it. I think it's much better now.
Yeah, the blue is very, very regal.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's nice because it's not like just a blue. It's got a nice like kind of shade to it.
Yes. Okay. So, how should we do the gloves?
Yeah, that's a good question. Would they be like?
Are they silky leather?
Yeah, that's the same question I was just about to ask. Like, and I don't know. Like, it's such a regal thing, but at the same time, like to me, like silk makes sense because he's a king. But I think leather, from a color point of view, might actually work better.
We have to combine those two.
So like a smooth. Interesting. Okay.
Let's see. Okay, if his gloves were silk. No. New technology. Silky leather.
I love it. Got a nice sheen to it.
brought from the city of Samara.
Yeah, see, like color-wise, I think that makes a lot of sense because it gives you that contrast.
Yes, and we cannot have color everywhere.
Yeah.
Let's see here. Yes, he's a king. He has a sword, so he cannot be holding it with the.
Yeah. Silk doesn't give you the grip you need.
Yes, you may miss.
Exactly.
Okay. In here we need a very dark color, I think. But we'll see about that.
You could almost, that even could be a place where you could do a lighter color, even like a more natural, like a linen or a flax kind of colored.
Yeah, maybe.
Like something like an undershirt, yeah.
Mm.
But it might contrast too much there.
Okay, because here we have.
Is that blue or red though? Because is that part of his robe or the scarf or the sash?
Here?
Yeah.
What was the question? If it
Is it part of his robe or is it part of the sash?
I think this. It's part
Okay.
of the.
That makes sense then. Yeah. That's the other part. You got to keep so many moving parts together to figure out. Oh, hey, wait! I know I drew this. What is it part of now?
The change that I already see that I need to do is make this one
Yeah.
more narrow. It should move.
Oh, on the back there. I see what you mean. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. It looks much thicker than the rest of the striping.
No, not the striping. Look,
Oh, the actual like.
it should go somewhere here.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
Later.
See, like this is an interesting one too because like you figure the orb would be very metallic,
Yes.
but that's an
And-
interesting thing to have to convey in non-metallic colors.
Yeah. Okay. It's not, it's this is not so difficult.
All right, for me, it seems like an insurmountable task, so I'm glad that you know how to do it.
Okay.
It's I love just how a little bit of the opacity shift adds so much depth, though.
Yes. Yeah. Now we start having the shadows, etc., and all this stuff.
That looks really cool.
Let's add some. Look.
Yeah, it makes it look so much more like puffy and billowy. That's so cool.
Yes, that's the point. See?
That's just crazy looking. That's so cool though. How much like character that really gives that the clothing. And it's funny though too, because when you step it back, it doesn't look like it's all those little lines. It just looks organic almost.
Yes. Don't forget that we will be looking at a very small card.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, the resolution on this versus the final product are much different.
And this is a technique that they used a lot back then in engravings, etc. Those lines. Okay, good for now. I'm doing it little by little, and I come back to some points that I have already done,
Yeah.
and I continue. I don't complete a part and then go to the next. Little by little, I try to do it with everything.
That makes sense though, because that way you're not like hyper focused on one part. You can
Yes,
really,
exactly.
yeah. And like you said too, I'm sure there's even the areas where you think you're done now. As you continue to develop the image, that's going
Yes.
to impact other parts of it as well.
Yeah, exactly.
So here's a great question from Kanadzian.
Yes.
If I wanted to start drawing, perhaps someday design my own cards top to bottom, where would you suggest I start? A book, a class, a mentor, YouTube videos? What would be the first step?
Yeah, maybe a class.
And I think that makes sense too, especially because in a class you get that one-on-one interaction with an instructor who can answer questions that you're inevitably going to have. I I think from the start too, at least for a first step, that makes sense. As you progress and get the foundation down, probably YouTube videos and other resources can be leveraged better.
Yes. Look, anything that can give you some information you don't already have is a good starting point. But the books and the tutorials, etc., have a one basic flaw. Unless you're in an online lesson, they cannot correct you.
Yeah.
So this is the problem. A teacher will tell you that no, don't do that for this and for that reason. So at some point you definitely need a teacher, someone to interact with. Exactly.
Then a lot of depending on where you live, obviously, a lot of places too offer, art courses locally, whether it be at like community colleges or small schools where you can kind of get into it. And yeah, there you go. I'm gonna sign up at my local community center. There you go. There's always resources available that really allow you to get that foundation, because that is the biggest part, and probably for a lot of people the most demotivating part is not being able to understand that foundation. Like me,
Yeah.
again, I can only draw stick figures, so I know where my limitations are. I still can't get over too that stitching that you added earlier just looks so good.
On the glove.
Yeah, it adds so much character to the glove, and like it's such a small piece of it, but like knowing it's there, it without it there, it would have looked great, but you don't realize until it isn't there that you're like, oh wow, that was what it would needed.
I hope it will be visible on the card. I think it will. Yeah.
And now how often is that a thought that goes in your mind? Like, oh, I really like this element, but I don't even know if it's going to be that visible.
All the time, because you see how huge is the image I'm making.
Yeah.
And in the end, it will be...
Yeah. Well, and I feel like at the same time too, though, if you didn't put in all that detail, it would probably be more noticeable in the final product because you wouldn't have as much character and depth to it.
Yeah, that's why I do that. It is there, even if you don't necessarily see that. You may, in the final card, you may not be able to see the stitch, but you will be able to see a shade here.
Yeah.
So this will add some depth, some third-dimensional feeling. If we see the stitch, even better. We'll see in a few days.
I'm waiting to see you post the finished one on Instagram, and it looks completely different.
Yes, it will be. We cannot finish it today. It's too much work.
Understandable. And honestly, I think the idea that art is always an evolving kind of project is really cool, though, too. Because again, you may come back to this tonight and be like, oh, I want to add more shadow here, or remove this, or change something about it.
Yes, exactly.
So now here's an interesting question for you, not to sidetrack you from the handle shadowing, but I just noticed that little part of his neck right there under his hairline. So does that eventually become skin tone as well, and you shade that
This
as
one?
well? Yeah. Or is that going to be like a collar, you think?
It was a color in the beginning, but I'll see what I'll do with that.
And like, I think that's the cool part about it too, is like the idea can continuously change like that.
Yes. Depending on how willing you are to
Yeah.
to make changes. I realize now that I'm doing this, that what I struggle to do is always is to add some depth and a third dimension.
Yeah.
It's even if it's not needed really. I like to have it.
I think it makes it more.
Isn't it better now?
Yeah, no, I think it definitely makes it seem more accessible and it makes it look more real.
Yes.
Yeah, because otherwise it has that kind of, not this specifically, but I feel like when you don't add the shadowing and the highlights, it makes it so it feels very flat, which equates very much to like that cartoon style of drawing.
Yes, if you want to have flat images, and I have done flat images, flat chords, you must change the style. You
Yeah.
must completely change the style. If the style is even remotely realistic, then you have to add as many details as possible.
Yeah, which makes sense.
For example, this glove is already okay, right?
Yeah, looks good.
It looks good, but let's make it better.
I love it.
It's already better with that.
Well, and
But
it's interesting too because that adds to the story as well, because when you add those highlights, it gives the image the idea of, okay, well, this is where the light would be coming from, and this is how it would naturally fall. So it's like you're almost creating this element that lives outside of the image that still is influencing the image.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, the difference of that now is night and day. I mean, it's so amazing to see that little bit of shading there. Daisy said the same thing here. It's crazy how up close some of that shading and shadow looks like a broad brown line, super ugly, but you zoom out and it looks beautiful. Lotrek is thinking in perspectives. That's another level. And you have to with this too, because you want that depth. You know, again, like you said, you know, if you want something that's very flat, that's the style and you design around that. But when you want things to feel like they're have some life to them, depth and perspective are so
Yes.
important.
Oh. What did I do now? See, we lost it. But,
What happened?
Huh? I don't know, but I
good.
can recover it.
It's a good thing it auto saves.
Yes.
I feel like it's probably one of the main functions they built with these things is like, God, that would be terrible. 4 hours later, you lose it, and it's like back to the sketch.
Okay. See?
You'll need to share your screen again.
No. I lost. No, I didn't lose anything. It's okay.
Perfect. Yeah, don't forget to share your screen too.
Ah,
Yeah. On
Sorry.
on the desktop.
desktop?
Yeah, on the desktop.
Okay. How can I do it now?
Switch to the StreamYard site and then click on share on the bottom. Or present and then share. Candazian says, I apologize for butchering the name here. multiple times. He says the second of hesitation really scared me.
Okay.
On your desktop, if you open the web browser again, you already still have it open.
Yes.
And then on the bottom, you'll see the menu. It says mute, stop camera, settings, present.
Start
click-
camera.
No. Click on present. And then click on share screen. Like when you click on present, a menu should pop up that says share screen.
Okay.
There we go. We got
Okay.
your back. Phonetic spelling, I appreciate it. Canadian.
But okay.
There we go. Scared me for a second. It went black screen. I was like, oh no.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean the glove looks so much more detailed now, and those little like line work on the bottom of the palm there, it's amazing.
Here. That.
Yeah, that right
That-
there. Yeah. It adds so much more like realistic depth to it.
It does.
And like Canadian says, like up close, it's just like a bunch of little brown lines. Canadian.
Okay.
That's what we'll go with. Canadian. Yeah, the face has so much character to it, though. It's so crazy.
I'll fix it. It's not yet there.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
And like you said too earlier, you know, so much of this is observation. So like granted, you may not be out in public seeing swords and how the light hits them, but throughout your life, you watch a movie, you see a picture, all these things become tools in this toolbox of how to create this perspective.
Yes, and you invent things.
Which makes a lot of sense though too, because ultimately, like, again, it's all your vision, and there may be the cool thing is like again, the lighting aspect isn't part of the scene itself, and so
Yes.
you know you get to play that as you want. Yeah, that's just awesome.
Okay.
And that creates like a shape to that pommel that wasn't there before.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But see how much time is spent on those.
Yeah, those little details. But they make all the difference.
Yeah. Yes. Because as we said, it was okay before.
Yeah.
It was a nice sword, okay. But now is what it should be.
Yeah. Oh, that's awesome.
Okay.
Well, and like you said too, as you add more, it changes the way other parts of it that you added before. Like I could see how this could be a forever process. So the ability to kind of say, "Yep,
Yes.
this is done. I'm done." That's all. That's impressive.
It definitely could be a forever process. For example, okay, we're here now.
Yeah.
I can leave it as it is, and I can add this. Okay, it's not important really.
But it adds more organic shadowing to it. Yeah.
It's better.
Yeah.
We love it. Okay. Could be like that too.
Yeah, and it just makes it look like so much less of a harsh edge. It looks more like an actual
And
shadow would
this-
look like.
This can go forever. You yes. Okay, let's play a bit. Even softer.
Yeah, that's crazy. You almost build like a gradient out of it. That's so crazy.
Yes, that's what I did. Now that we did it with the other one, but here there's more light because it's on the upper side,
Yeah.
so we don't need so much. It's everything in the light here. So just a few touches, and we are done.
That's crazy.
Okay, I'll stop here with the sword.
Kenny loves the detail here. He said, "So mosaic pattern in the sword that matches the sash."
Yeah, why not?
Get some crazy scroll work in there.
Okay. Now we're going to give the feeling that his sword is slightly worn out. See
Yeah. Yeah. That's crazy.
how the overall feeling now is less perfect.
And it's like such a subtle difference.
Sometimes I only put things in the image just for the people that will notice.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's part of the fun of it, though, too, is
Yes,
like,
for somebody who will see who will look at the picture, who will say, "Look what did he do there? How crazy is that?" Just for the fun of it. They're not important artistically, but see, it's an old sword.
you know what? But it takes it's funny because it's almost like an abstract of the king in the sense that, yeah, he's a king, but now he's seen battle. You're building this biography for him
Yeah,
with these little
yes,
elements.
exactly.
Yeah, that's so cool. Yeah, for anyone out there who has Lotrek decks at home, you need to take out like a magnifying glass now and look at all the fine detail.
In the printer shop, they often tell me that I should be sending the decks with a magnifier glass included in the
One more thing for you to design. We don't need any more production stuff. That's
Okay.
It's so amazing now.
Okay, let's. But now there is a. Yeah, there is something missing here. No, I won't change those because in the actual printing, those areas here will be metallic ink, so
Okay.
there's no need to have any for them to have any shades. It saves
now,
me some
so now
time.
that's an interesting thing though too. There's the trade-off of the realism aspect of the metallic ink, but also the loss of shadow if you were to use that same thing. So say if you did a non-metallic version, you'd still have to design it that way.
Yes, but the metallic ink has a movement by itself. It
Yeah.
creates so it's a compromise actually. Yes.
Yeah. No, it's interesting though, because I would have never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
That's so cool. You can actually see the overlap now.
Yes. That's the point. Okay.
Furtifel says, and this is how magic happens. Love how you're making the robe look so real when you zoom out.
Yes.
I mean, it looks worn, and that's the cool thing about it. It's like, it's not just like, again, clothes are never going to be perfectly crisp and neatly tailored to you. They're always going to have movement to them, even when you're standing still.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, this is how it should be. See now?
Honestly, the cool thing is, though, too, you can see the contrast between where you've done the shadowing, the highlights, versus where you haven't, and it looks so much more robust.
Yeah, and it will get more because now I will change the contrast.
Yeah.
I will make it a bit more contrasting and then I'll tone it down. You'll see. Okay, now we need some decoration for that. Let's do it. You think it should be lighter color or?
It's a good question. Probably a lighter is going to be more noticeable.
We'll see, yes.
Looks good.
Yeah, maybe. Yes, I think lighter. It should be lighter. Unless. Okay. No, first of all, it should be. Okay, wait.
Yeah.
It should be lighter, but this should be darker. Yes. I think it's better that way.
Yeah, it looks good.
Okay.
Furtive had another interesting idea. He said, what about a dark blue border but a lighter inside? So an actual border around the designs themselves. That might get lost, though, in the size of it.
the
So like the flourishes themselves having a thin border around the outside of it.
they will.
Okay. In like a
They will.
gold,
No, a darker border.
darker, but yeah, that'll be nice.
Okay, we'll keep it like this for now.
It's still crazy to me how smooth of a line you can get just freehand drawing it.
Yes, but not at once. As you see, I make several attempts to.
Yeah. Well, because
Okay.
again, you probably have in mind like the angle you want and the swoop you want of it, and it doesn't always land perfect.
Yeah. Okay, that's good. What happened to the music?
I changed it over and it was something a little too Western sounding. Switching tracks here, finding something, switch it up.
And I was just starting to learn the piece.
I have to keep you on your toes. The intricacy, though, of how it all fits together and how it looks is just amazing.
The pattern.
Yeah.
Yeah. This is an important part because makes him more regal.
Yeah.
This pattern. I'm fascinated by the Renaissance clothes and the garments. They're so magnificent. Many of them. And what is amazing is the amount of detail and the fine, the very fine threads they were using to make them.
I mean, you look at like the way they used to use fabric back in those days too, for like wallpaper and everything. It was so intricate and so well designed.
They are amazingly intricate. You have to see it with your eyes to believe it in a museum, or it's crazy.
It really is.
Okay.
And so, like, when you first started drawing this out for this, did you know you wanted to do those little cut-ins with the circle, or was that just something that came to you as you were doing it and you're like, that would look nice?
It came right now because I felt that I needed them.
No, I think it makes sense, though, and it's funny because I could kind of tell the way you went through it. It was like, all right, this was a last-minute kind of thought here, but it looks really, it ties it all together.
Yeah. Yes, exactly. and it makes it less heavy. Okay, not bad. And now we will perform some magic here.
All right, let's see it. That looks so amazing.
It needs something here. No, it's not good. You'll see now, in a way. I see you too have a sharp eye. You notice things that really.
I do try to be very observant, but that doesn't translate to me being able to create art.
You are okay. You don't have to create. Just, but you understand what you see and the functionality of things. I like that.
I try. I appreciate that.
Okay. Look here. This curve is not beautiful because it's thick here,
Yeah.
thinner, and it gets thicker.
Clever.
Let's do that. Now it's more consistent. Makes more sense design-wise. Better, right?
Yeah. Yeah. It looks more finished, and it looks less noticeable that the curve isn't 100% perfect.
This too. It was too thick here. Much better. Okay.
Nice drop shadow to add some depth.
And it's
And
like
give that border, yeah. That looks good. That's so cool.
I will close those. Okay. I may need that for later. And now, look.
That looks so good.
Wait.
Is that to get the border color to change?
See?
That looks amazing. That looks so good. It almost has like a metallic sheen to it because of the
Yeah,
shadowing. Yeah.
That was the...
Yeah. It almost looks like it could be like a silver that's getting the reflection off of the blue. That's awesome.
That was the purpose of it.
That looks amazing, man.
And now, let's add some depth to the design, like a damask fabric.
Okay.
What did I do here? No, I do. Just a moment, because okay. Anyway, forget it. It's good. Eh, the mistake again.
Yeah, the level of detail to get this realism is amazing, but it looks so good in the final product too.
Hopefully. Okay. I don't want to give too much depth to that.
Yeah.
It doesn't need it. It's already.
Well, the border adds a lot of depth too naturally, and then the
Yeah.
shading. Yeah.
Okay.
Lucas says, Lotrek, how do you have so much patience to draw? It's because he loves it.
I have to.
That's how he pays the bills.
Yeah, exactly. I have to. I don't have patience, but I'm really very impatient person. But I see it like, let's say, like magnifying the picture so much that I go and see all those details, and I get lost there. I see it like this more than just filling those areas with a lighter color.
Because you're working towards like an end goal, I guess, too. That probably helps. Like you, again, you have that vision in your mind.
Yes. We want some more here. If you start with that, you have to put these highlights everywhere.
Yeah.
You can't leave an area. It needs to be here too.
Yeah, because then it stands out more if you don't have it.
Yes. Where else? here. Okay. And here. But this is what makes it so interesting for me. This transformation from a simple image
Yeah.
to something with more depth. And okay, and now we will make it less projected, but we will highlight some areas. See, nothing too much, but it adds
Yeah, it almost creates like a shine effect or a shimmer
Yeah.
effect.
that's exactly the point. Yes. These fabrics are usually made with a silk thread or golden sometimes, and they're really shiny. And no,
I think it looks amazing. I still can't get over just the simplicity. Well, I don't want to say simplicity, but the idea of mirroring it over so cleanly and it works so nicely.
I didn't hear what you said.
I like the idea of just how you're mirroring it over, how much it's gonna like line up so well. Do you think though, when you mirror it because of the highlighting, I guess it's actually because it's not one directional, so the highlighting
No, it's
works both
okay.
ways. Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Yes.
Nice.
No, it's not a problem.
That's so cool.
No, it's okay.
It looks so good.
Yeah, I like it. I like it too.
Yeah, because it's so rich looking without, like you said, there's not too much depth to it. It doesn't seem like it wants to jump off, but it looks
Yeah.
like it's real.
And now I have to do something similar with that part. But I will cheat a bit.
There you go.
Some more. No. We will find another spot.
Yep.
Let's see. Yeah, that's better. See?
Nicely done.
Okay, whenever you feel tired, tell me to stop and
Well, are you happy with this as a stopping point for the day?
uh, I'd like to continue a bit more, but
Go for it. Why don't we do?
Are you sure?
No, I'm good. We're at 5 hours and 8 minutes right now. Why don't we run it to the 5:30 mark? So that gives you another 22 minutes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, because this is coming together beautifully, and I think everyone's really enjoying seeing how it kind of plays out.
I hope so. Yes. Why not? Hmm?
Looks good.
Good. Yeah.
Very regal.
Okay. Yes. Okay. It will be nice.
Yeah, no, that'll look good.
Uh,
Definitely a better choice on colors than the purple on their original one.
yes. Look, this one is okay.
Yeah.
Like
the face
that.
still creeps me out. But it's also very much a color of the times and how there you go. How they did it.
Okay. Now.
Better. Yeah, it looks so good.
Let's see. What can we do with his hat? Yeah, I think it should be red. Hmm?
Yeah, it ties in nicely.
Okay.
That looks so good. That looks really good. I like the subtlety of it though too.
I think
Because it almost gives it, as much as it's like a flourish to it, it almost gives it a silk-like quality, because that's a design you'd probably see more so on a silk glove, while still making it look like leather almost as well.
yes.
Very nice. I think one of the coolest things about this though too is it really is something where you can just try ideas and you're like, oh, let me see how this looks, and then you could come back to
Yes.
them and be like, I don't like that. Let me get rid of that. Like, there's this always continuous development idea, but not everything's a winner, and that's okay.
No. Yes, exactly. But you have to spend some time to find out.
Exactly.
Because if I leave the glove as it is, nobody will say, hey, where's the pattern?
Yeah.
But if I do the pattern, everybody will like it. Unless it's not good.
Well, and it's interesting too because we have the on screen right now. We have the patterned version and then the non-patterned version, and having the pattern on it adds so much more character, whereas the non-patterned version almost looks flat.
Yeah.
And granted, there's more texture on the one side versus the other, but
Now it's better.
yeah, and it's not overpowering though.
Yes, because there is a secret in that. As you saw, I toned it down.
Yeah.
If it's look,
Yeah, it
this
becomes
is too much.
becomes too busy. Yeah.
We just need to see that there is some work here, but not something too distracting.
Omar just popped in and said, when is this deck coming out? 2032?
In a few days.
Omar, there you go. How's it going, buddy? Happy New Year.
Now I want to add some highlights though. That's the problem. Okay, I'll do it in a different way. Yes. If this video helps people understand why it takes so long to make things, it will be something.
Well, again, we just keep telling them it's not you, it's the production side of things. But no, and it's amazing to see though, the intricacy of it really is impressive because there's so much time that goes into it. I mean, again, we're sitting here for 5 hours and 16 minutes, and this is all the detail that's going into it, and there's still more work to be done.
A lot more. Okay. I think it's better now. We don't need this, however. Yes. Okay. I'll keep it for now and see what happens. Yes, it's not bad.
It looks good.
Yeah. Okay.
To see where it started in that first sketch to now, I mean, it's so far evolved, but it looks so great. There's so much depth to it.
When I reach a certain point of visual satisfaction, I will rotate the image.
All right.
So that, we can see it more completed.
Nice.
It isn't actually, but okay, it will be.
Yeah, closer to what the final product will probably look like.
Okay, I'll do a few more. Few more touches, and I will flip the image.
All right.
It's already half an hour past.
Ah, it is. I lost track of time. Honestly,
Sorry.
it's no, you're good. It's so amazing to see how this all comes together, though, and how much, again, like I think from somewhere in my point of view where I don't have the artistic talent, for you, it almost seems effortless. But obviously, I know that it's not effortless. It's just you've been doing this for so many years, and the way you approach this is different
Yes,
than
it's not
someone.
effortless.
Yeah, yeah. It's many years of struggle to get to make it effortless.
Yeah.
I love that highlighting though. It just looks so good.
Uh, I'm trying to achieve the perfect curve. That's why I'm doing it over and over again. I could do it with a tool, with a line tool, the curve tool, but it wouldn't be so vivid.
Yeah, it wouldn't have that taper either, right? It would be much more like
Yeah.
uniform. Yeah. Plus the organicness of how they're, different lengths and everything.
Yes.
Looks good.
It's shiny. Okay, let's stop here for now. I will flip the image and
All right.
we must uncover the.
Yeah, same behind the ball too. There's a little bit of purple still sticking out there on the right.
Behind the ball? Where? Here?
Right there. Yep.
No. Yeah, okay. Yes. What's going on?
So now the question becomes too, does that fancy stenciling become part of the upper glove holding the hand too on the front side?
Here?
Yeah.
Yes, it will.
Yeah. That's
If,
gonna
if
look good.
if I keep it, I will do it here too.
Yeah,
We'll
that'll
see. I may not keep it really. I'll see. It's not bad. It's not very good either. Anyway.
I mean, it's subtle, which is nice. And I think the idea behind it is clever, where you have a subtle accenting. It definitely adds depth to the glove and kind of reinforces the idea of like the curvature and the wrinkles in the leather.
Yes. Okay. I think it's now flipped.
It looks good.
Yeah, it is. It's flipped. Okay.
This was
That's
amazing. Yeah,
That's
no,
all for now.
yeah, no, this was amazing, man. I'm glad everyone got to tune in and see the work that you do and how much detail and thought goes into every aspect of this, though, because again, it's not just like, oh, let me knock out a playing card in 10 minutes. It's a very deep process that has a lot of iterations, which was cool.
Yes. I'm glad you find it interesting, and I hope the people watching were not very tired, very, very bored.
Many of the people stuck it out, and even if they had to run out for a little bit, they came back to watch some more. So honestly, I think everyone really enjoyed this. I want to reiterate too, for anyone out there who is not already part of Lotrek's Patreon, head on over. I will drop the link in the chat one more time here as I grab it, but head on over. You will get a great behind the scenes look at a lot of these decks that are coming out. You'll get to see the Master all the time, maybe not live all the time, but you'll get to see a lot of cool works in progress and really see how this process works behind the scenes. I think one of the great things about it too is anytime you support an artist via Patreon, the nice thing is you give them freedom to really create how they want to create. And that's what we've seen here today is Lotrek creating as he creates. And I think that's what we've kind of seen since you got into the Patreon game. So we're glad that you have that freedom to run and really have fun with these projects.
Thank you so much.
Dude,
Thanks everyone for watching and staying with me.
Always a pleasure.
A huge thanks to all of our patrons who put up with me.
I'm sure they love it, honestly. And for anyone out there who's curious when anything is coming to them, just remember Lotrek sends out perfection in a package. And I don't want to say it in the sense of everything is perfect, but it comes out when it's ready to enter the world, you know, as true art does. So you pay for the experience, but you pay for the patience as well. So enjoy it. Thank you so much, everyone who tuned in today. We appreciate you coming out to watch Lotrek draw this amazing court card live. You're going to have to wait and check out the deck when it comes out to see how this finishes, or keep an eye on his Instagram account. All of the links are down below, so make sure to give him a follow across the board. And while you're at it, make sure to like the video and subscribe to the channel, and we will see you later this year with some more fun decking around adventures. Thank you so much.
Bye, everyone. Bye.